¿Se me escucha?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we have simultaneous interpreting, I would like to address you in Spanish. Good morning, welcome, and thank you very much for coming to the POWERTY conference, where we're going to deal with different topics and the result of the different working groups within the Interreg Europe program, of which it is part of. It is an honor to have here the Vice Chancellor of Industry, Energy and Mines, a regional minister, and she's going to give us the inaugural address. So I gave her the floor to open on behalf of our regional government. Thank you very much, Javier. I do apologize for the regional ministers not being able to be here. He's in a wonderful event in Algeciras, and there are two royal houses and investments initiatives coming together to talk about hydrogen in Algeciras, so he cannot be here. So thank you very much, Javier, for inviting us here to this inauguration. This is a wonderful event, the final event of POWERTY. I want to extend my hello to my delegates that have come from all around Andalusia. We have a great team within the ministry, and they are representing the different provinces. A team that you will come to understand also from the point of view of the Andalusian Energy Agency, and I'd like to welcome you on their behalf too. I'd like to welcome those that are here from many different countries represented here. And of course, welcome to those that are watching us online, and we hope that we will see you in person soon in Andalusia. You have delegates from all around Andalusia, so you can carry out events anywhere and within our 8 provinces. Without further ado, I would like to thank all of you, and especially all of the stakeholders that have worked within POWERTY, as well as the Interreg Europe program, which has allowed us to hold this final event in Andalusia. Also, I would like to thank them because this has allowed the financing of this initiative, whose results we are presenting today. And I'm going to speak slowly, as I was warned that there will be simultaneous interpreting. To those of you who are coming from abroad, I hope you have time to enjoy all the wonders that our land has to offer. Andalusia is known worldwide for its rich heritage, its landscape and beaches, its enviable climate and its gastronomy. But it is also true, and please allow me to do this, I would like to say that Andalusia also has a very high renewable potential, which, as you will see today, has been proven during the life of POWERTY project as well, is an invaluable resource to fight against energy poverty. I've mentioned the Andalusian climate as one of the wonders that make this land attractive to visit and to live in. But really it is much more than that. The sun in Andalusia is its greatest treasure. We have an average solar radiation of 5 kilowatts per square meter, which added onto its nearly 90,000 square kilometers of surface, make the Spanish region the highest solar potential one. So much so that some areas of our land receive more than 3,000 hours of sunshine a year, and this potential is being exploited. Let me give you some figures. Andalusia closed the year 2022 with a doubling of investment in renewable projects compared to the previous year. Doubling, reaching almost 1,300 so 1.3 million, 1,300 million euros, sorry. It has installed 14% more renewable power for electricity generation, and most of it comes from sun and photovoltaics. These figures mean that clean energies in Andalusia represent 56% of the total installed capacity, making our region the second region in terms of installed renewable power. By technology, we are also leaders in thermosolar and biomass, and second in photovoltaic. And the whole team within the ministry really want to be at the forefront of Europe in this respect. From the Andalusian government, we are driving this unstoppable growth in renewable energy. On the one hand, by facilitating the installation of projects, eliminating administrative obstacles, and eliminating and stimulating Andalusian citizens, companies, and public entities through the incentive programs available to us for the installation of renewable technologies. And why are we telling you all of this? Because the Andalusian government intends to position Andalusia as a benchmark in the fight for sustainability, improving air quality and combating climate change, promoting its own climate and energy policy. Ambitious in terms of objectives, consistent with the region's potential, and focused on economic development, job creation, and a better quality of life for Andalusian people, and for all of you that would like to join us. And renewable energies play a crucial role in this energy policy, as you have been able to see, and Andalusia has made a firm commitment to them. However, we must all be realistic. Renewable energies have not yet reached everyone, either because of their apparent complexity or because they are unaware of the advantages that they offer, or perhaps because they think that that's not for them. Among these groups are precisely the most disadvantaged, and that is why we're here today. As the project of partners and the entities that have collaborated, this is precisely the aim of POWERTY, to bring renewable energies closer to vulnerable groups. Today, we shall be able to see how to achieve this, how to publicize and disseminate the possible solutions to make them viable so that they may become a reality for those who need them the most. Therefore, please allow me to mention an initiative developed in Andalusia within the POWERTY framework, such as the energy community that has been created in the Seville neighborhood of Torreblanca. We have in Seville one of the three of the poorest neighborhoods in Europe, and one of them is Torreblanca. And according to the urban indicators of the National Institute of Statistics, it is the first energy community created entirely in a disadvantaged environment. As POWERTY partners, you visited sites yesterday, 2 solar photovoltaic installations for self-consumption located on the roofs of 2 schools in the neighborhoods, which will allow 14 vulnerable families to receive free energy and save 40% of their energy bills. In addition, of course, to supply the schools where they are located. That's not all. The creation of this energy community has gone far further. And we must understand that an energy community is much more than shared renewable energy. In the experience carried out by the Andalusian Energy Agency in this civilian neighborhood, a fundamental part has been the process of citizen participation and the holding of informative workshops, in which, for example, they have been explained how to save energy in their homes, or how the electricity market and the electricity bill work, fundamental elements for the involvement of the neighbors and essential for the functioning of an energy community. Energy communities make it possible to place citizens at the center of the energy system. And this is important, and I want to highlight it. Renewable energies and sustainability really is not about the pyramid structure, but it's for everyone, because we all must be equal before renewable energy. And providing people with more tools and alternatives, that means that they can take on more active roles as energy users, going from being mere consumers of energy to producers and consumers. And the constitution of an energy community must originate from citizens and end consumers, although they can obviously be supported and even promoted by public administrations. The European Commission considers energy communities to be very useful instruments for tackling the energy transition and reducing energy poverty. They are so because they facilitate access to renewable energies and other energy services for people with fewer resources and in vulnerable situations. We believe this to be true in Andalusia, and as such, it is reflected in the Andalusian Energy Strategy 2030, an energy planning document for the next decade, in which it is clear that one of the priorities of the Andalusian government is the development and promotion of energy communities. In fact, through the Andalusian Energy Agency, we have been playing a very active role in promoting this type of initiative, as you may have seen when I referred to the Torreblanca energy community. But we must be aware, and we are indeed, of how much remains to be done in this area, because there are numerous barriers to its implementation. Some associated with the lack of knowledge of the model on the part of the potential users, others with the lack of regulatory framework, and also with the complexity of certain administrative procedures, which we're working on making easier. Because this is where public administrations play a fundamental role if we want to consolidate the figures and the possibility of energy communities as a solution that facilitates the responsible and efficient use of energy by citizens. But not only that, we also believe that the promotion of energy communities in Andalusia can lead to the creation of a strong and competitive value chain that results in the creation of new skilled jobs and new business fabric, especially in rural areas where these types of initiatives are being developed more intensely, and where there can be a driving force in the fight against depopulation. I have also stated that we want to be the first in renewable energy in Europe, and we also want to be the first in retaining Andalusian talent and attracting talent from other parts of the world so that they can work in professions for fostering renewable energy. And we need more professionals and more professions that will be developed that we don't even know of yet. And they will all spring from this new energy model, European and in the world. For this reason, we will also continue to promote and support the development of new pilot projects. And with the example set by the Torreblanca neighborhood, we will continue to encourage the learning of energy community initiatives in vulnerable environments. All this without, of course, neglecting innovation. We cannot forget that many of the activities that energy communities can develop, such as energy generation or storage, can be enhanced with innovative solutions and activities such as digitization, smart grids, hydrogen, or circular economy, something that we well know in Andalusia. I invite you to learn about the Green Hydrogen Alliances in Ceuta and Certiberia, Iberdrola and Cepsa, and I invite you to have a look at the Lactic Cooper Circular Economy project. I urge you to have a look at the projects that we're working on with regards to green transition and that have Andalusia as their core. Circular economy, digitalization, or the green hydrogen corridor, which has at the core our autonomous region, Andalusia. As we have said, an energy community cannot only be shared energy, and I don't want to continue much more, but in this event we're going to understand the POWERTY projects, and which are really dealing with all of the different elements, from financing to collectives that don't have access to traditional ones, the best and most adequate renewable energies, legal frameworks, or what we stated, or how to empower citizens so that they can be the protagonists of their own energy model. And of course, we will highlight the figure of energy communities as one of the solutions to this issue. Energy poverty, because energy poverty is a problem that affects all countries and regions, and even the most developed ones, because as I stated, together with those big projects that we've talked about, there are very poor neighborhoods being affected with very high youth unemployment. We have a lot of potential and a lot of renewable energy potential, which hopefully will help those neighborhoods. So I'm sure that you're going to work very much and very hard to make sure that energy poverty, a problem that affects all of the countries and regions, may be solved or at least mitigated by solutions like these. Because we can learn from each other and transfer to our regions experiences that are working in other places. Hence the importance of events like these, of collaboration between regions, which are the basis of projects such as POWERTY. So from us, from Andalusia, we believe in energy communities as one of the solutions that will allow access to energy to any group, including the most vulnerable. This path that POWERTY has begun will allow Andalusia to help you, and this is just the starting point. With what we have learned, we must continue to work so that this decentralized, distributed, decarbonized, and participatory energy model may reach all citizens. Thank you very much. And I would like to especially thank those of you who are following us online and enjoy Seville.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for giving us your time, your very tight schedule, to open this officially. You have highlighted several very important messages that will be discussed here, like putting the citizen in the center of energy decisions and Andalusia as being the first power and energy, renewable energy, and this will be worked on in the different workshops and networking events for our participants. Those of you who are online, thank you very much. And those of you who are here and have come from abroad, I would like to ask you to please, of course, work with us today, but enjoy this city. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope you have a very good working day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin with the program, the official program. I just wanted to say a few things before we welcome Camille Millois. The POWERTY project is financed by Interreg Europe. So we thought it fitting to have as our first intervention that of Camille, so that she can explain what the Interreg Europe program is about, understand the topics within the program and the future perspectives, whether we're going to be able to carry out a Torreblanca II environment change. So Camila, I give you the floor. Please join us.
Esta presentación será en inglés. Tenéis el...
Presentation will be in English. There are simultaneous interpreting is available for those of you who need it.
No, maybe?
So.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for this introduction. Thanks a lot for having me here today in this beautiful city. My name is Camille Millois. I'm the finance officer from Interreg Europe Joint Secretariat, and I monitored POWERTY project, well, since the beginning, I have to say. So it's very nice for me to be here with you today to hear about the results that has been achieved and to also see what collaboration between regions in Europe means on the ground. So I prepared a short presentation, first focusing on the previous programming periods, because as you may know, in Interreg programs we work in programming periods, and POWERTY project belonged to the period 2014-2020. So also providing a few information and inputs about what has been done on project side during that period. Then zooming in and talking about the reasons we're here today, POWERTY project, and then as a last part, talking a little bit about the new program, because new programming period also means new funding opportunities for you. So at Interreg Europe, during the programming period 2014-2020, we had 4 calls for project proposals, and we approved 258 projects, which is, to be honest, more than what we initially expected, but we are, of course, very happy with this figure. And something I think is important to highlight is what it led to in terms of results. I'm talking, of course, about indicators from the program side. We will hear today more about the results from the partners in the different European regions, but at program level, we are very proud to say that during this programming period, cooperation projects led to the identification of 5,794 good practices. But for me, the indicator that talks the most to me is the number of persons with staff, increased staff capacity. Because by participating in our cooperation project, more than 22,000 people consider that they have increased their professional capacity, and I think this is a great indicator showing also the benefit of participating in these projects. But of course, what is more important for us is why projects are doing this and the results they achieve. So thanks to our project, we already achieved 1,093 policy changes. And when it's possible, we ask our projects having a policy change to estimate the financial impact of this policy change. And so far, our projects have been able to report and demonstrate an impact on local, on regional, and on national funds of more than 1.3 billion euro. So one could also say that when Interreg Europe invests €1 in the regions, it leads to the mobilization of 1.4 euro on regional grounds. And I think this is an impressive result that really shows the importance and the leverage effect of interregional cooperation. And I'm sure we will hear even more about this during the presentation today. Now, coming back to poverty project. Well, as I was saying, we approved 258 projects during the previous programming period. And as you can see, the thematic allocation was quite well balanced between the different topics. And we had 60 projects on the topic low carbon economy. Now, if we zoom in a little bit, among these 60 projects, 9 projects were working on renewable energy, but only 1 project worked on energy poverty, which is POWERTY project. So this is a little bit the state of play in the previous programming period in this field in Interreg Europe. Of course, my participation here today is also the opportunity for me, on behalf of Interreg Europe program, to thank you, to thank the partners, to thank the stakeholders, to thank, of course, the lead partner organization for your commitment to the project, for contributing to enriching the knowledge gathered through the program, because these results I was showing before in the slides are great, but we could not achieve them without you, so thanks a lot for this. It's now time to talk about the current programming period, as I was already mentioning in my introduction. In the new programming period, if you're already familiar with Interreg Europe, there is only one major change. When we were preparing the new programming period internally, we used to say that this new program was evolution, not revolution, meaning that most of the main features remain the same, but there are some small changes. And one of them is the fact that there is now one single overarching priority linked to capacity building. So what it means is that Interreg Europe remains the only pan-European program. We also keep the way of, we keep the strategic focus on improving policies, and we keep the way of doing this through capacity building and exchange of experience. What we also usually say to describe our program is that Interreg Europe helps policymakers to find solutions to the challenges they face in their regions. Of course, this has also consequences on a thematic point of view. So, as I was saying, member states have decided to select only one priority linked to capacity building, but from a thematic perspective, these are the topics, the 6 topics on the slides covered by the program. So, smarter Europe, greener Europe, more connected Europe, more social Europe, Europe closer to citizens, and better governed Europe. There is a concentration principle on smart, green, and social topics because we consider that these are also major topics in the list. But I will show you some figures from the first and the second call because we already had 2 calls open and closed, and you will see that naturally these topics are the most spread ones. The way to work in the program, so of course you are familiar with cooperation projects, and POWERTY is one of them. The other way is the policy learning platform. The policy learning platform allows you to get access to a lot of different expert services on specific topics. And I think because we are many in this room today, I know that there are also people following us online. I think one important thing to mention is that you do not need to be in a cooperation project to access the knowledge from the policy learning platform. So it means that if your organization is interested, even if you're not in a cooperation project of Interreg Europe, you just need to register to the community to access the service. And there will be also a link and the address later in case you're interested. But I think this is important to underline this. And as I was telling you earlier, the first call for project proposal in this new programming period opened and closed last year during spring. We actually already approved 72 projects. We were very happy with this figure because the success rate was quite high for a first call. And you can also see the distribution by topic on the slide, and you can see that we have a lot of projects on social, green, and smart topics. So the concentration principle also is quite shown here. And this other slide, you are actually the first ones to see it because we closed our second call project for proposals last Friday at 12. So this is a brand new and fresh slide with the first figures from this second call. As you can see, we received 145 proposals, a bit higher than in the first call. So we are also quite excited to see what's in there and to discover the new proposals. And yeah, again, in terms of topic, big concentration on smart, green, and social topics. And with this, I will close my presentation. Just a reminder that you can join our online community, as I was saying, also to access knowledge gathered by the policy learning platform. And if you want to keep up with what is happening at Interreg Europe, you can also sign into our newsletter to receive our latest news from Interreg Europe. And that's it from my side. So thanks a lot for listening to me. Thanks a lot again for inviting me. And I'm looking forward also to hear more about what happened in the different regions today. Thanks.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you for giving us some figures about the Interreg. El programa
Interreg Europe program, as Camille was saying, aims to reinforce interregional cooperation, which is important, as we should not walk alone. There are many experiences in other countries, and we can learn from those experiences. I want to thank Interreg Europe for how they facilitate knowledge to regions. They put knowledge at our disposal. So please continue doing things like this. And let's focus on our topic today, which is energy poverty and energy communities. And I'm going to call to the floor to Laurie Waller from the University of Manchester. The University of Manchester is a partner of POWERTY, and they also directed the Energy Poverty Observatory of the European Union, which is in charge of analyzing practical cases all over Europe. They have been a very important partner for us, as they have shared knowledge about what's being done in Europe in terms of energy poverty, and they have allowed us to connect with the different initiatives being developed, such as the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub. The UK was pioneer to define this concept, and they have continued working to develop methodologies to measure energy poverty. So, Laurie, you have the floor.
Yes, just to say thank you to Joachim and Julie for hosting us. It's been a really wonderful time to be here, and also to take a visit to the Torre Blanca project. And thank you also to the other partners on the project. So yeah, I'm just going to say a few words about energy poverty in Europe. My name is Laurie Waller. I'm a researcher, a social scientist at Manchester University, and I'm based in the geography department there. And much of what I will present here draws on work of colleagues of mine at Manchester working on energy poverty. So what is energy poverty? Well, I'll start with this definition, which was formulated by my colleague, Stefan Buzarowski, and that is the inability to secure an adequate level of energy services in the home. So energy poverty has gained increasing prominence in the EU over the last decade or so. But there is still no European consensus on what constitutes energy poverty and what causes it. Some countries have official definitions, but long-standing scientific debates about how to define the concept still continue today. So the adoption of official definitions are very unlikely to put to bed or end those debates. So I'll just say something briefly about some of the debates about energy poverty. So in the global north and in the EU, we tend to define energy poverty in relation to low incomes, energy inefficient homes, and high energy prices. Energy poverty in the global south is often associated, by contrast, with lack of access to technology and infrastructure. Now, there's some truth to these oppositions between the global north and the global south. But to understand the causes of energy poverty scientifically, such oppositions can actually be quite unhelpful. Infrastructure and technology, or access to infrastructure and technology, also matter in Europe. And of course, those global north-south divides represent not just inequalities today, current inequalities, but also they reflect historical and long-standing injustices. So the adoption of official definitions of energy poverty mark important steps towards fairer energy systems. But it's worth saying that from a scientific point of view, they can also fail to confront or even may perpetuate other kinds of injustice. So the definition presented here is designed with a global understanding of energy poverty in mind, and one that does not reinforce these oppositions between global north and global south, and which keeps infrastructure or access to infrastructure and technology into the picture. And the sort of multiple, I mean, when we do that, we bring into view a much wider range of issues around the causes of energy poverty and what causes people to be energy poor. So I will just very briefly unpack a couple of the keywords highlighted in this definition. So the concept of ability is not only a behavioral measure. So we often think about energy poverty in terms of behavioral measures, in terms of the payment or non-payment of bills, or in terms of technical factors, in terms of the insulation of people's homes or lack of insulation. But to talk about ability also includes social perceptions of energy. And in the UK, where I am, I can give a simple example. We talk about thermal comfort. So how do people experience being warm or cold? That is something that is to do with the perception that people have. And so this idea of ability, the ability to secure adequate level of energy services, is also, it's important to take into account how do people perceive energy. And the second key word is energy services. And again, when we talk about access to energy, we often talk about coal, biomass, gas, solar, so on and so on. We talk about resources. The idea of energy services is to shift the focus a little bit to look at energy consumption from the perspective of everyday life. What is it that people do in everyday life that requires energy? Heating, cooking, washing, lighting, and so on. Now, that's probably quite subtle, but what that kind of shift can do is to bring into view other kinds of issues that cause energy poverty, and also raise important questions about the role of public participation in the interventions that are designed to address energy poverty. And it was very interesting when we went to Torreblanca to see this energy community that is developing there, where questions of participation from the community are really at the center. So if defining energy poverty is challenging, at least scientifically, measuring it is significantly more complex. And a key question and the main axis of controversy has been, at what point does deprivation occur? So this is not only a technical question, but it's also political in various ways. So I'm sure that many people in this audience are aware that poverty is what we call a relative measure. So you can only understand poverty in relation to particular social contexts and cultural expectations. It's very hard to create a universal definition of poverty. But because poverty is typically measured as a national phenomenon, there are political consequences for thinking about it at the level of the European Union. Defining a point of deprivation in technical terms would arguably imply quite high levels of integration and harmonization among member states than is currently the case. So, linked to this, direct measurement is sort of the gold standard for energy poverty research, but it's also extremely challenging to think about in the context of the EU, because directly measuring energy poverty in Europe would require defining a standard that transcends national culture. And again, that's challenging not only as a technical, scientific problem, but it's also a political problem. So in Europe, the way we tend to measure energy poverty is in terms of indirect measurements. And a key point in the literature, which has centered around the work of the European Energy Poverty Observatory, is that energy poverty is not very well captured in one single indicator. So this slide lists the 3 most widely used indicators for measuring energy poverty. And these obviously speak to quite different kinds of problems and issues. So we have expenditure-based methods, self-reported, objective housing indicators, and what are called consensual indicators, where the perceptions of people are included. And the European Energy Poverty Observatory identified 4 primary indicators of energy poverty. The first one is high energy burdens, which refers to the share of household income devoted to energy. The second is low absolute energy expenditure. The third is arrears on energy bills. And the fourth is the self-reported inability to keep the home adequately warm, which in the UK we often talk about thermal comfort. So this slide illustrates the differences, different kind of maps we get when we use different indicators. The first one is measuring inability to keep a home adequately warm. And the second one measures arrears on bills, on energy bills. So a perception-based indicator and a behavioral measure. Now, spatial variation of energy poverty in Europe has been extensively studied. And a lot of early research focused on Eastern and Southern European countries as particularly vulnerable, with high levels of general income poverty, inefficient housing, inadequate infrastructure development, and multiple governance challenges. And of course, at the level of the EU, the classic way of understanding spatial variation is through regional differences. But when we look at energy poverty on these kind of maps, we can also see that regional analysis misses out some sort of overarching, what my colleague Stefan Buzarowski calls energy divides, and infrastructure is a major part of this. So here we can see that the north and western European states, which have a kind of established public discourse on energy poverty, and where its socio-demographic incidence is quite well understood on the one hand, and on the other hand, sort of eastern, central, southern states, which have a high incidence of self-reporting on inadequate heating of homes, and do not have the comparable evidence base or the public discourse on energy poverty. So the kind of regional perspective can miss, or looking at it maybe from this macro level perspective of these sort of broader divides, can perhaps highlight some of the structural drivers of energy poverty that we miss when we define it in terms of lack of bill payment, or just in terms of individual households being poorly insulated, for instance. My colleague Stefan has identified what he calls an infrastructural divide, where these kind of macro inequalities can be seen to be embedded in the kind of infrastructural and material fabric of energy systems. Now that sounds like quite perhaps an academic, nuanced point, but it was very interesting yesterday when we went to Torreblanca to see what kind of effects is this intervention going to have in terms of how it addresses energy poverty. It's not a straightforward question to answer. It's a complex question, and it's a very interesting. The involvement of the energy community is very interesting for this reason, because it potentially brings together lots of different perspectives. Torreblanca, as I learned, is a community that was built around a particular infrastructure, around a canal after the Civil War, and which also is bisected by a large highway. So in some ways, the causes of energy poverty there are linked to questions of infrastructure and access to infrastructure and technology. So, yeah, bringing these questions of infrastructure into the foreground can potentially draw attention to issues that may be absent from these kind of policy definitions that focus on low incomes and energy affordability and individual housing installation. And one of the big issues across the European Union in the last years has been actually the issue of disconnection. So in 2019, the Right to Energy Coalition pointed out that 7 million European households receive disconnection notices each year, which is a very large number. And such issues have consequences for how we measure it scientifically. So if households are disconnected from energy infrastructure, then they, by definition, cannot be in arrears on their bills. So this measure here on the right, the behavioural measure, arrears on bills, does not capture households that are disconnected. So in some ways, this is and this is a traditional thing, perhaps for a scientist to say, that it's important to focus not only on how we solve energy poverty, but also to keep in mind that we still don't have a very good sense of what causes it and what are the drivers of energy poverty. So I'll just say a few small things about the key policy developments. In general, at the European level, energy poverty has been quite uneven in the way it has come up as a topic of concern and a topic of debate. It is mainly developed in 3 areas. One is energy efficiency. The second is efforts to decarbonize energy systems. And the third one, which is kind of related, is to do with clean energy technologies and innovation. So I will maybe just do this quickly. I'm not going to talk to all of these different packages, but perhaps the key recent developments have largely centered around the European Green Deal, which was developed in 2019, and the recovery plan, which followed the COVID-19 lockdowns in spring of 2020, where the European Commission tied energy poverty to the idea of just and fair energy and climate transitions, while trying to make Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And so the Clean Energy for All Europeans package was linked very closely to this Green New Deal. And that's where we find the national energy and climate plans, which have provided a real vehicle for bringing up energy poverty as a distinct focus. So I will maybe just say very briefly on the national energy and climate plans, which have provided a vehicle for advancing the definition of energy poverty. Some states have now adopted, or more states are adopting official definitions. But we also see that the plans, for the most part, focus on economic factors and issues of affordability of energy, with relatively limited mention of prominent scientific concerns, which could include summertime cooling, obviously a very big issue probably here, transport, gender, ethnic minorities, and, as I mentioned earlier, the disconnection of energy supply. So there is a top-level commitment increasingly in the European Union to address energy poverty, and that is very, very much to be welcomed. But progressing the measurement of its incidence and action to mitigate risks of energy poverty is much more uneven. Sure. Yeah. So I'll be very quick now. So this is, for people who are interested, this is the Energy Poverty Dashboard, which is run and maintained by Manchester. It basically brings together data from the private rented sector, from Eurostat, and household budget surveys in the EU. It has quite a lot of functionality. You can basically look at how that data has changed over time, and at different levels for different reference groups and against different indicators. So it's quite a powerful way of breaking down the map of energy poverty in Europe. And there's also, alongside that, information superimposed on initiatives designed to address energy poverty, which allow you to go into that more. So I will just say thank you very much. I will leave it there. The links here are to the research group that I'm in, which is the Energy and People Collaborative at Manchester. So thank you very much.
Gracias, Lori. Después vamos a tener...
We are going to have a coffee break at 11. So if you have any questions, then you can find Laurie during the coffee break and ask him. Now we're going to present the POWERTY project, the reason why we're here today. Espérate un momento, este no es el...
Ahora Joaquín Villar.
Vale.
Es que la de la Comisión Europea fue súper rápida. Lo que fuiste al baño.
I have the presentation in English, but I'm going to speak in Spanish, and I will be quicker doing so in Spanish. So, the POWERTY projects. POWERTY project is one that begins in 2019, financed by Interreg Euro program. And as its title says, tries to combat energy poverty through renewable energies. And why did we focus on this? Well, because we all know that accessing renewable energies is not easy, especially for collectives that are vulnerable. And also, in Andalusia and nationally and in Europe, we will not be able to achieve the energy targets if we are not able to integrate these collectives and provide them with access to renewable energies. POWERTY tries to improve political instruments. Each region has defined the political instrument that they want to improve through POWERTY, and that is what we have been working on. We are aligned, of course, with the European policy, which states that citizens are key and that we should leave no one behind. And that is part of the European energy policy as well. So how is POWERTY different with regards to how we face energy poverty? When we talk about energy poverty and the measures that have been implemented, they were all focused on providing help to reduce the energy bill payment, or measures to reduce energy consumption through rehabilitation of buildings. Yet, POWERTY project, what we try to focus on is ensure energy supply. It's not about reducing consumption, but providing energy supply that is clean and safe for disadvantaged people. And the University of Manchester presented many examples, yet examples that combine renewable energy and energy poverty were not as common. So we have had to adapt some of these energy efficiency examples to renewable energies. How have we done this? We have done it by carrying out a complete analysis. We weren't only going to focus on renewable technologies or financing mechanisms, which are a very important part of the barriers that these people come up against. Barriers that exacerbate energy poverty. We wanted to have examples and practical cases of improvement of the barriers and the improvement of the political framework, and also empower, as the regional minister pointed out, empower citizens and also empower regional governments and municipal governments, because sometimes we lack the tools to be able to fight in programs dealing with energy poverty, and that is something that we wanted to tackle within our project too. Who are we? And I would also like to highlight here that the Interreg Europe focuses on regional and international collaboration, and therefore we must bear in mind that we cannot walk alone here, because countries like Lithuania and Poland, where the energy poverty indexes are very high, and they are countries that are introducing very, very interesting measures of financing in Lithuania or in Poland with regards to technology. We also have regions that have a big legal framework, or the Energy Poverty Observatory. Yet we have cases like Bulgaria, which fight against energy poverty. The project is financed by Interreg Europe, as I said. And how have we done this? Well, basically what we focused on, and what Camille focused on too, we wanted to transfer knowledge. We brought together all of the success cases to learn from them and learn together, because that knowledge will allow us to improve our political frameworks and instruments. So translating the knowledge that we gather in these practical cases to policies so that we can influence the development of these policies. We started in 2019. This is the final event. We finish in August 2023. And in all regions, we have had to carry out action plans, and many of us have even carried out pilot plans, like the one of Torreblanca. This is the methodology that we followed. The start of it all has to be understanding what energy poverty is. Many of the regions that were involved in this project did not have a definition of energy poverty, and so it's difficult to try and work on measures if we don't know who is affected by energy poverty. So we needed to find the dimension of it all and define a common methodology between the regions that were working on energy poverty. And then the next step was analyze, do a SWOT analysis, because what we wanted to do through exchanging good practices was to deal with the weaknesses, deal with the threats, and of course take advantage of our opportunities and the potential, the great potential that we have for renewable energies in Andalusia. And we want to be able to provide energy to all. But we don't have a lot of time, because Renata will be speaking after me from Lithuania, and she needs to leave at 11. We have not got a lot of time. We're not going to focus on the SWOT analysis. You have it in the presentations, which we will provide. I just wanted to focus on the knowledge transfer process. It has been very intense work carried out with our different stakeholders. We have carried out 3 interregional thematic seminars, one about financing, another one about technology, and another one about empowerment for the citizens. They had to be online because of the pandemic. Yet the exchange of knowledge has been intense and fruitful. And I also want to say that it was very important, and I want to thank you all for your participation, because we've all had to create a working group, and many of you, I see your faces and you're part of the working group, so thank you very much for your contributions that you have made throughout these years. We have organized up to 25 regional workshops with our stakeholders, of course us and the rest of our European partners. We have carried out bilateral meetings. The knowledge shared has been very wide, so the workshops and the seminars were general, and then some of the partners wanted to delve deeper into topics, and we had bilateral exchanges. We received a Lithuanian delegation a few months ago, a French delegation. We have gone to Bulgaria. We have gone to be able to see very interesting examples. I think also important to highlight is and as Camille pointed out, the increase of people that have manifested that they have gathered more knowledge. 71 people have increased professional capacity. So the main output of our project, we wanted to document and create a methodology through it. All of the information, you have it in the project website. We have a good practices guide where we have 40 cases exemplifying all the different topics in terms of technology, in terms of policy, in terms of financing, and everything else. All of the interregional workshops have been documented, and you have the summaries and conclusions of the interregional seminars as well within this site. You also have the 5 regional action plans, those action plans that we have committed to develop in our territories, and also the 3 pilot actions. Interreg Europe has financed 3 pilot actions, one developed in Andalusia, and the other 2, one in Bulgaria and another one in France. Here we show the good practices guide. All of the good practices are documented with references to results and figures, and I invite you to consult it. Here you have the good practices in terms of financing mechanisms, with regards to renewable energy technologies, with regards to legislation and empowering. And the 3 pilot actions, Torreblanca was one of them, which allowed us to develop the first energy community integrated by vulnerable collectives. Another good practices that Noemi will point to about financing through energy communities and financing for vulnerable collectives. And on behalf of Bulgaria, a hybrid PV plus battery energy storage system for social housing, which has had great results. and which was carried out in Plovic. And Plovic actually wants to replicate this in many other municipal buildings. Here you have Torreblanca. Because after lunch we will speak about it in detail, so I won't focus on it now. But I do want to say that what we learned in Torreblanca has allowed us to push forth the development of energy communities that bear in consideration the energy poverty collectives. We have developed guides, methodologies, and we want to share them and use them to push forth the development of energy communities in Andalusia. We have to change this photograph pretty much, or this graph pretty much every week, because every day there are new initiatives. There's a lot of interest in promoting energy communities, and we shall do our best with the experience that we've had in Torreblanca, so that everyone can nurture from it. Not only that, I wanted to talk to you about certain impacts. Thanks to the POWERTY project, we have signed agreements with Caritas, which is a Christian and Catholic aid. We have signed agreements with the University of Huelva to create different solutions for vulnerable communities. 52 stakeholders have collaborated with us from all different walks of life, technological businesses, utility services, associations of vulnerable collectives, 52 stakeholders and agents that have worked with us. We have had other impacts. Thanks to POWERTY, we presented a proposal for the prize of the Social Germinator Awards, and we won. Recently, the initiative that we presented for the Social Germinator has been awarded as the most innovative initiatives in our regional government, and that is a great result, directly linked to POWERTY, because POWERTY was the inspiration and the start. We have also been recognized in Europe, the Regiostar Award, which recognizes good practices at European level. We have been awarded it this year. And it was thanks really to POWERTY too, because the vulnerable collectives and the integration are more than 50 million Europeans are affected by energy poverty. It's critical to help them, so our initiative has been recognized. Ruth, who is here today as well, she started the first International Energy Poverty Week. We went beyond the European framework. We organized for the first time an international week where in each of the days we went through each continent and we brought speakers from each of them and they explained how they dealt with energy poverty. We have also been included into the advisory hub, which recognizes the best practices of fighting against energy poverty. We've had a lot of impact, and I really want to thank you all, because a great deal of that is linked to our collaboration with you. We hope this will be the beginning. Thank you very much.
Renata, you have the floor. Please, just allow me to say a word.
It's the beauty of international projects, where we can join north with west, with east or south. So for me, it's a pleasure to be here. If you give me this.
Let me say
Okay.
Sí.
I just wanted to explain the dynamic from now on. There are 4 presentations. Each presentation is going to be about one of the topics we mentioned earlier. The first one is going to be about financing. Lithuania is a benchmark in financial instruments. Renata is going to speak about this. We have all learned about with them. And the next sessions are going to deal with a different topic.
Okay. So it is a little talk about Lithuania. So I came from north, so as we see, far away from Spain. And it's one of the 3 states surrounded by Baltic Sea with Sweden, Finland. So as I said, the beauty of international project is that we can share this experience between each other. We can come to the southern countries, learn your normatives, your technologies. So we can share this experience and bring it home and try to adapt in our countries. Me, as representing institution of Public Development Agency, we've been acting for 10 years. And our main mission is to increase and improve growth of public infrastructure in Lithuania. We try to do this in developing and promoting sustainable investments, and especially the financial instruments. So as you see, during these 10 years of our work, we implemented 18 financial instruments and funds, mobilized 750 million euros, and financed more than 1,100 projects. So what kind of projects we are working in? So it's very different like sectors. We work with green investments such as renewable energy, public building, water management, multi-apartment building modernization, cultural heritage and so on. So as the scope where we can use the financial instruments is very varied. The main thing is that all the countries, when the European Union funds start to come, we used to use grants. So it means subsidies. We give just a subsidy to the project and that's all. And now European Commission promotes to use financial instruments. For use, like before the use of financial instruments, we should find out what is a gap for financing. So in Lithuania is a small country. It's only 2.8 million people. And for example, it's about 9 billion gap was identified. Of course, the biggest gap is in the transport, for multi-apartment modernization, energy efficiency projects, and so on. And I don't know how you are all familiar with financial instruments, but it's loans, guarantees, or equity. So the main benefit of financial instruments is revolving effect. So it means you give a loan, they pay back you from the savings, because if you, for example, finance energy efficiency project, so they save energy, so it's lower bills, and this money you can use to repay this loan, and when you as an entity get this loan back, you can finance more projects. So it gets from the same amount of European funds, you can finance more and more and more projects, and the scope is widened. Of course, it's very hard to Lithuania to go from the grants to financial instruments, because nobody wants take a loan when we used to get grant. So we made a half-half. If you take a loan, we give you a half grant. So it's somehow, and state wins, and the final beneficiary wins. So from the experience, to change the behavior is very hard, but when you do it, it's worth it. Like now in Lithuania, we modernize and multi-apartment buildings and public buildings and water supplies, and everything works. So we just can be example. So here, as I mentioned, so financial instruments, loan guarantees and equity, and they are more efficient, sustainable alternative to these grants, and they can make better performance. And what else? You can attract more private investments. It means, for example, you go to the bank, you create instrument to say, I give European funds, you put as well as the bank money, so the amount which go to the final beneficiaries is a bigger one. So as well, we have a bigger funds, we can invest them in the projects. Here, maybe I will not go into the details, because it's how we work, but in general, VIPA, as we, a national promotional institution, we start from the beginning, evaluating the gap, creating the instrument, make a call for application, and when we get, we manage all the projects since beginning. Evaluate application, make payments, and make the later the refund ones. Oops. Happens. So just a few examples for you just to show the performance, how we succeeded today. So the biggest and how the best case of Lithuania, which European Commission always like present as example, it's the renovation of multi-apartment buildings. Because as well, it started very hard, with a hard like start, because everybody wanted grants, nobody wanted to take loans for modernization. But when we started, we are showcased in all like events of European Commission. Because so far we already modernized more than 1,000 multi-apartment buildings. And because Lithuania multi-apartments was built during the Soviet era. It was really inefficient and not enough heat. This energy poverty, as Manchester University presented in Lithuania, is the second after Bulgaria with this energy poverty in Europe. Because we have very cold winters, we have -30, so it's really cold. So to assure this, we need this renovation. And it's so nice to see how it's changed the landscape of Lithuania. The houses now are modernized and people have like adequate warmth, they feel more healthy, more happy, and it's like social improvements. So yes, it's one more like said in 2020 we will get this like special report about this, and Lithuania was as a good practice mentioned. So just in case if you would like to consult about multi-apartment and financial instruments, contact or directly me or via Joaquin. And we will share with pleasure with you with our successful story. By the way, I would like to mention that our collaboration with Andalusian Energy Agency is already for 7 years. So it's a second project, and I'm very happy to see this competent institution where we can get this expertise. Thank you, Joaquin. Another example I would like to stress is about municipal buildings. So not only like a private person can take loans, as well municipalities, as they as well can save through the bills. As the house is renovated, they need to pay less, and this money can be for the repaying loan. So it's a win-win situation, as we don't pay more in the final bill, but we work in a warm and a nice-looking building as well. It's creating like this how to say, good effect on the mood of employees, or its kindergartens or hospitals. Energy efficiency fund as well, it was one of the fund which financed 70 buildings for the central government as well. So not only in municipality level, but in central government level, we make these improvements in the buildings. Another example is dormitory. Who thought that students must live like in a cold one? So we used these European funds to renovate dormitories for the students. As well, it was 16 biggest dormitories. They are 20 floors high, renovated. So now if compare how they looked before and the conditions of living for students, they increased a lot. So it's as well a successful story. Cultural Heritage Fund, it's I don't know, Lithuania in general have a lot of buildings which are in UNESCO. So the renovation, it's quite hard, but still it's possible. So we are happy as well that we can attract the, this public funding and financial instruments to implement the funds. Water supply, I will not go into details, but as well to join new areas, to get wastewater, to get drinking water as well. This money can be used via loans. So what are the main lessons learned? So before going to the decision how to implement or not to implement financial instruments, we should make a big picture. We go to deep analysis to see our sector, how many money is possible to get from the banks, what kind of instruments do we have. Maybe we have some subsidies, so maybe we can divide money and split between. So it's very important to do this deep market assessment. Another thing what's important, but as I thought from the first presentation of the Vice Minister, it's political support, and it's consistent political support. So if you want to make changes, you want to change like very long terms before, so it's very important that you have this political back, we change the laws, we make like, for example, this 50-50 grants or loan and support all your actions. And consistency as well is important. More you're changing the laws, so more people are not like trustful. So if you take the line, no matter how hard it is, you must go it. And try and try and try. Promoting financial instruments, so basically what I'm doing here. So I'm, like I said, from a small country from the north, but I want to share our success story to the big, beautiful country of Spain. So more you promote financial instruments between institutions, so more you can expect to get the success. Simplification, so as well, Joaquin later will present this about simplification, but it's very important not to make the process huge. More you make documents, more you make harder procedures, so nobody will want to make it. So the simplification is very important. What else? So the first thing is to good plan, then show the benefits of financial instruments and collaborate with institutions inside European Commission, or even sometimes you can, like I say, try to get this knowledge from the partners like other countries. So the conclusions, what I can say. So in order to increase financial stability, because as I said, grant just goes directly to one project and it's coming back. The loan, a guarantee can provide this revolving effect. So you create like more financially sustainable environment. Together with other public investors, you can transform this market and to go for long term. As I said, it's not just one investment. This money can make in a long, repayable one more and more time. So the reflows can be used in the future. And if you already deciding, for example, to implement financial instruments, it's good to have everything in one hand. So one institution promotes, implements, and show the awareness to public where we can get this. So it was my my presentation. Later, my colleague from France, Noemi, will present like overall new financial mechanisms we have identified during this project. So thank you one more time, everybody, for being here, for the Poverty team, for Joaquin especially, for Ruth, who was the sunshine of this project. So it was very nice to be here with all of you. Hope to have more projects in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that you have to go. So, thank you. So, we have now we have now ahora tenemos una.
Now we have a coffee break. I do not know if we have to wait. Anyway, if you have any questions to Dori, to Camille, to myself, we can speak about it during the coffee break. I see you back here at 11:15 to resume the meeting. Thank you very much.
Ahora se me escucha. El desayuno abajo, ¿eh?
Sí. Espérate. Andreas. Sí, ábreme la sala del Zoom. Andreas Twerk. Sí, vamos a ir. Claro, claro. Es que no sé si habla español. Hola, Andreas. Andreas. ¿Eh? ¿A quién? Ese es ese. Hola. Está llegando, ya está. Vale. Esto está, espérate que mira que esto está activado el audio aquí. Cámara Zoom. Sí, está aquí. ¿Ves? Hola, Andreas.
Bueno, seguimos con el evento.
We resume our meeting. Now we are going to listen to Angelina. She comes from Bulgaria, from POWERTY City Council. They have developed one of the 3 pilots in POWERTY project with a quite important impact. This pilot experience has been replicated. It can be replicated.
Pilot action was tremendous, and you are trying to replicate this in other buildings, and this thanks to POWERTY project. So thank you. And
okay, does it work? Yes. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you for the final event of the POWERTY Interreg project. I'm representing the Energy Agency of Plovdiv, which is a partner in this project. And before start speaking about the pilot action that we have implemented, I would first take 5 minutes to speak about the key technologies. Okay. It's not working. Okay. The key renewable technologies, tools, and methods that are the best adapted to vulnerable groups to improve their quality of life. The most adapted technologies are related to the solar energy, as it is a source that we can use free of charge, and that is decentralized, so everyone can use it at their home and houses. So the most adapted technologies that we identified for vulnerable groups are the photovoltaics plus battery energy storage, also the photovoltaic thermal technologies that combine solar thermal and solar photovoltaic, and just the solar thermal technologies for heating of water and just heating of domestics. Of course, before we apply any technology, we should follow some methodology steps, which are at the first point diagnostic of the problem. As it was mentioned in the previous session, energy poverty cannot be faced the same way in every country, and it has its specificities. So we need first to diagnose the problem, and then to create the action plan and how we are gonna deal with the energy poverty before we pass to the execution. The ongoing practices in Bulgaria related to the support of the vulnerable groups are limited to the provision of short-term financial support or some kind of vouchers. And there is a huge lack of innovative practices, so that was the urgent problem to establish some of them to help vulnerable people in energy poverty situation. We have taken the opportunity to use the good practices of our colleagues from Andalusian Energy Agency related to the photovoltaics for vulnerable groups and use it to cover their energy needs. Also good examples comes from our colleagues from the Aura Energy Agency from France, which also created some local administrations developing initiatives, and of course from VIPA, who presented the financial tools this morning. Now let's speak a little bit more about the pilot action in Bulgaria. How it started? It started with an agreement reached between the municipality of Plovdiv, Bulgaria, to provide buildings for the POWERTY Interreg pilot action. So the budget that was provided by the project has to be a little bit bigger. So the municipality decided to co-finance 10% of the initiative. And the local parliament voted this decision, which gave the start of the pilot action. 3 pilot social centers were identified among 7 possible buildings, and the selection methodology was applied given the budget and the specificities of each building and what capacity of installed power could be reached in order to cover the needs of the building and to have a maximum impact. Other important point was that the building have some specific characteristics as to be insulated, to have a minimum class B energy efficiency of the building, and to have enough roof capacity. Okay, so these social houses are inhabited by young people and children with disabilities, and they live permanently there 24 hours per day all the year. So what is the solution? It is PV installations with battery energy storages, and it was estimated as the best possible solution to reach renewable self-consumption and to have a self-sufficiency, to decrease the electricity bills, and to have a better and to contribute to the decarbonization of the energy system. At the beginning, we started with the analysis of the annual electricity consumption of each building in order to figure out what capacity of installed power we will need so that the buildings could be self-sufficient. To design the installed capacity, we have done a daily and hourly load patterns for each building, as they were unable to explain why they have some very huge loads during the night, and they were very irregular. Actually, this is due to the specificity of the purpose of these buildings, that they need hot water and some additional clothes drying in some unexpected hours during the day. So we have done this profile with the help of the energy distribution company, which provided the details for each building. On the first building, we could install 9.9 kilowatt peak PVs and a battery capacity of 34.8 kilowatt hours. This is the same situation for the second building, and the third building, which has a smaller installed power of 5.85 kilowatt peaks and battery capacity of 11.6 kilowatt hours, because it's a smaller building and it is less inhibited than the 2 previous ones. In total, we have 25.6 kilowatt peak PV installed power and 81.2 kilowatt hours battery energy storages. The design stage was maybe one of the most complicated parts related to administrative issues. Here you can see some example of the design of 2 of the bigger buildings. Up to the spring of last year, the regulations made no difference between PV installations for self-consumption for self-consumption and for self-consumption for vulnerable groups. It doesn't matter if you are applying for a PV installation in order to produce energy and to feed it to the grid, or just for self-consumption. You need to do all the same steps, like full design, all the follow of the regulations, construction permit, and so on, which was a big challenge for the project. Now, maybe thanks to the POWERTY project as well, the regulation is much more flexible. For instance, you do not need anymore the construction permit, or you just need to inform the distribution company that you plan to install an installation for self-consumption. This is how looks the installations for the two of the buildings with the installed power of 9.9 kilowatt peaks. In the middle, it's working or no? Okay. You can see that at the beginning they had already installed a solar thermal panels for heating of hot water. Okay, this is how looks the system from the monitoring point of view. We have the panels, so we have the inverters, the battery storage, whether the feed to the grid or the consumption from the grid if there is insufficiency. And we can monitor it 24 hours per day, every day, how it goes, the consumption and the daily yield and the total yield of the installations. It's just an example also from the system that you can see this is one of the biggest buildings that you have they're feeding some extra energy to the grid. They have already fully charged the battery and they can produce enough energy to cover the consumption of the building. And in the bottom, we can observe different parameters which interest us, like the grid power, the PV power, the battery power, and we can see that for 5 hours during the night, the batteries cover the needs and the demand for energy of the buildings. This was the estimation we have done before we built the buildings. And you see that the estimated generation was of 9.9 kilowatt peaks or 14.7 megawatt hours per year. And as the installations almost operated 1 year, we have discovered that this estimation was good enough and can produce this electricity. This is the estimation for the smaller building, which is 8.5 megawatt hours per year. And what is the impact of the power action in Bulgaria? So the generated power is 14.7 megawatt hours for the two big buildings with an excess of 2.6 megawatt hours, or about 30% of self-sufficiency. And for the smaller building, we have a generated power of 8.5 megawatt hours, direct consumption and battery energy storage of 6.1 megawatt hours and access to the grid of 2.4 megawatt hours. Additional estimated impacts is that the buildings reduce their electricity costs. They produced 37.65 megawatt hours per year. They self-consumed renewable energy of 30.35 megawatt hours per year, or almost 80% of self-consumption of renewable energy. They produce excess power of 7.3 megawatt hours per year, which is directly fed to the electric grid, and the avoided CO2 emissions are about 30.83 tons per year. The potential direct financial savings are about 7,000 euro per year, and the further profit from excess power is 670 euros per year, or total savings of 7,600 euros per year. The investments of 55,000 euro without VAT, and the payback period is estimated to 7.2 years. This is a short diagram presenting the financial impact. And what were the challenges? As I mentioned, it's the national legislation, the lack of the simplified procedures for PV construction. The procedure is very long. It can take up to 6 months. The construction takes maybe 10 days, but the administrative takes 6 months. The local distribution companies are not very helpful to such kind of installations. So they are not very cooperative, and they're unfortunately distractors of the process. As a benefit from this pilot action is that there is already the vision of a new setup of energy systems and planning for new energy efficiency measures in public buildings. The pilot case example for creation of PV plus battery energy storage was implemented in the integration development plan of Plovdiv municipality for the next 6 years, and they plan to replicate it in 40 other buildings. This is a demonstration of a solution to an urgent problem with the sharp increase of the energy prices, because when we started to think about how we were going to implement the project, the price was 75 euro per megawatt hour, and then in 3 months it was already 150 euros per megawatt hour. And these social buildings are connected as not as domestic but as commercial consumers, which pay higher prices just because they belong to the municipality, which is treated in a different way than domestic. And as it was mentioned also this morning, Bulgaria is the energy poorest country in the European community with 27.5%, which is almost 1/3 of the households. What will be the next steps even after the end of the project is that we will continue to monitor the systems, we will continue to support them. We already did some trainings how to be more energy efficient and how to consume better the energy of these PVs. And we will continue to make such kind of trainings for these social buildings, because one of the problems that we noticed is that they were not using the energy in the best way. This pilot case also contributed a lot to the CO2 emissions diminution, and as it was shown, they have a huge economic results with the decrease of their energy costs. And as a final step, we will continue to work with the municipality of Plovdiv for the replication of this pilot case. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Ayer tuvimos una reunión.
Yesterday, we had a meeting amongst the partners, and Angelina said that this practical case, this pilot case, is going to have quite considerable repercussion and is going to be disseminated a lot. And the next step that they're considering is starting energy communities.
Yesterday, that as a next step, not only replicate in other buildings, but also implement energy communities, but you have still to develop a lot of things before. Tienen que desarrollar todavía muchas cosas en términos de definición de comunidades de energía y demás, con lo cual yo creo que las sesiones que vamos a tener a continuación serán, Angeline, you will intervene later in the round table to discuss more about energy communities in Bulgaria. So thank you. Noemi, it's your floor. Noemi comes from the Aubergine Rhône-Alpes, la agencia energética de Rhône-Alpes.
And she has been partner of the project, and thanks to what Noemi has done. She's pushed forth energy communities, and there are more than 75 energy communities in their region functioning. So she's going to talk about how to empower financially citizens to carry this out, and the learnings that she takes from the POWERTY project.
We empower citizens and local authorities to tackle energy poverty, and it's a new thematic for these energy communities in France. So, as a preamble, in each country, in the 5 countries involved in poverty projects, we done a SWOT analysis, like Joachim told you, and a SWOT analysis to understand challenging barriers to equipping precarious households in renewable energy systems, and over and above our difference, we find common points. We converge on barriers and possible solutions. Whereas we need heating in Lithuania, we need air conditioning in Spain, and there is a lot of difference between our regulatory framework, but we find some convergence, and I think energy communities are focused to converge in all the partners involved in the poverty project. So the main obstacle for the dissemination is the financing mechanism. In spite the fact of renewable energy are profitable in the long term. So we need to find innovative, sustainable financing systems that don't rely on solidarity alone. I will present you how some innovative good practice identified, and you can find it in Interreg platform and in Poverty website also, in each partner region, and inspiration for the French pilot action, and the description of our pilot action, and some conclusion on the outlooks. So first, we have in several countries, in Spain, in France, and in Poland, some social criteria in incentive to help or bonus for precarious households, to improvement in housing or retrofitting or equipping a renewable energy system. In Spain and Lithuania, there is also crowdlending or crowdfunding platforms which bring together financiers and developers of renewable energy projects, and also enable citizens to get involved in energy transition in energy transition. And finally, the beneficiaries of energy are not always financiers of the project. It depends of kind of project proposed. In some countries, we have a problem of air quality. So in Poland, in Bulgaria, and in France, because we are in Alps areas, so we have a lot of problem of air quality. So in this free country, we find good practices about how to replace inefficient heating system by new ones, more efficient, And in some countries, there is it's specially dedicated to vulnerable groups, and in some other, it's for all the people, but with the bonus for vulnerable groups. In Spain, we note that there is a good practice named alquiler cuántico. It's a self-consumption installation with pre-financing and a system of reimbursement during 20-year contract. Very innovative for us. And other best practices in Spain, Ola Solar de la Lebreya, and it's a mechanism which that allows these people to participate in renewable energy installation through a small financial contribution. And Sol sur autoproduction. It is some Energia cooperative project and use collective purchasing models. For us, it's like an energy community. So in France, we note a good practice that third-party investment by a citizen cooperative in Voiron. And this is a special project because it's the first about solar thermal technology with citizen investment in France. So I will present you more in details this practice because it's mine. And because this practice and alquiler cuántico inspire our pilot action. So Buxia Energy is a local energy community with more than 300 shareholders, and we have a park of 500 kilowatts peak of PV, and we have also hydroelectric power plant. And in this project, it was 5 flat co-ownership, and we finance the project thanks to citizen fund, and the solar thermal system covers 52% of the need of domestic water and heating. And the gas saving reimburses the company, the Buxia Energy company. In Rhône-Alpes region, we have 75 energy communities. It's a dense network, but there is not a lot active toward low-income household, because the predominant model is based on feed-in tariff. In France, it's the model actually. So every energy communities sold to the grid electricity and reinvest the money in new projects to develop energy renewable installation. So it's not very, self-consumption is for us a new model of economical model and contractual model. So we have not a lot of experience, and also because issue is more on heating than on electricity, we have not a lot of experience about heating. You can see just a red point on the green point that on heating system. So, while in spite of this aspect, some communities are now sufficient degree of maturity to explore this new form of investment. And thanks to POWERTY project, we consolidate a legal and economic model. We have still a challenge to win the confidence of the bank because of this new model. Bank don't want to give loan to energy community, but we are finding guarantees with local authorities to guarantee the loan because it's a public with a high risk of non-payment, of course. So beyond the POWERTY project, I think we reach local and dynamic in local authorities and energy community. ADEME, which is our national agency of energy, has changed its support system for its fund to include energy community and promote cluster of small renewable heat projects, while before POWERTY it was addressed to very big projects collective. Grand Lyon, Metropole of Grand Lyon, Energy Community, to en transition, who is a local stakeholder of POWERTY project, is in discussion with social landlords to find a project to implement energy renewable, probably geothermal or wood energy. And in Royan-Vercors territories, which is very rural areas, local authority plan to respond to UOCT facility in June to set up a local public guarantee fund, like I've just to explain, so that energy community can invest for precarious household. Already a few action in communities, in energy communities. For example, 1% of wood pellet sale donate to vulnerable household or refugees from Ukraine. So now, oh, no. It's not in the good, no. Sorry. For third-party investment in thermal project, the cost of solar thermal unit was 15,000 euro, and our region subsidy of 10,000 euro, and the other part is reimbursed by gas saving bills. And the tariff, the price is fixed, and it was fixed in 18 sorry, before the energy crisis. Sorry. So our pilot project, we plan that local citizen energy community invests for renewable energy system, like solar thermal, wood energy, geothermal, or maybe PV plant. And we plan that social services can identify household and local energy agency could give some advice and recommendation about system. And after, citizen energy community paid, installed, and also take in charge all administrative aspects, which is very important for us because we have a lot of incentive and system to help household, but it's a very hard charge of administrative aspect, and it's a barrier we identify in the project. So it's important that local energy community could take in charge this aspect, and they not only pay for the household, but also they take in charge all technical, administrative, and financial aspect for the precarious household. And the household repay thanks to a fee based on the saving energy fossil fuel. Like I have just to say, we lifting the administrative barrier and the technical barrier thanks to this pilot project, and we give sense to saving because people who invest in energy community wants to give more sense to his money, and they want to invest in local economy, to innovation project, and project in general interest. And it's citizen energy community are a way to give more sense to your saving, and also to give you the power to decide and access to the governance to the project. It's a big difference between project participatory and the project with equity investment. To have access to the decision of the project, which material could we install, with which company we will work, you have to invest in equity to have right to take part to the decision. So it's very important for us to promote citizen investment in equity in the project. And it's that we name energy communities. It's when people invest directly in equity in the project. So you can see the map of France, and we are from Aura region, just here, where there is a lot of energy community thanks to local dynamic, and each energy community who start in 10 years ago is going on create new energy community in neighborhood. So the aim of the pilot scheme is to create a framework for citizen energy community to invest in renewable energy production equipment for low-income household. The energy community invests in the equipment, and the energy produced directly benefit to the household. The energy repays the investment through a rent calculated basis of energy saving, and after a sufficient period to repay the investment between 5 to 10 years, the equipment is given to the beneficiary. At the end of the day, at the end of the period, the household benefit from renewable energy system for free of charge compared with the initial state with fossil fuel. The system is like an ESCO. in France, we have not ESCO, so it's a first scheme, mechanism to develop this model. I know that in other countries, it's like Alquiler Quantico, it's the same model, but for us, it's a new model. So we are very proud to taste it. So we have issues: insurance, mobilizing bank financing, ownership, mobilizing support for renewable energy, etc. About legal study, we learn lessons thanks to Poverty Project. So sharing responsibilities between investor and the energy community and the beneficiary. It's not easy, so we work on a contractual model to make it very clearly. Also, the risk of non-payment is important, so that's why we plan to create this public guarantee fund. And also we identify a risk of requalification as leasing, and the French law is very strict. And we can't offer leasing without a bank. So we work on the contractual model to be very clear about that. About economical aspect, it's profitable in just few years thanks to existing subsidies, but the aim of the project is not to create new incentive, but to find a way to finance and give access easier, thanks to energy community. The study of the subsidy circuit, depending on the type of aid and the status of investment between individual housing or collective housing. And we draw up a business plan. Limit of obstacle, I told you yet. There is some risk of bank guarantee, and the risk sharing in the development phases for the big project. We have the case in Lyon with an important project, and with the energy community, where the energy community takes the risk of developing, but the project couldn't be for a technical reason. So it's very difficult for citizen community with voluntary management to give money and time and without issue. So as outlook on the conclusion, ideas for local participatory financing, but also solidarity and public support must find their place in the regulatory context of each country. And European directive on energy community and their transposition into national law should provide a framework to the system to emerge. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Noemi. Ha sido un...
Thank you very much. Your pilot plan has been extremely interesting because in a way you've tried to test financing formulas that are innovative and that the energy communities be key in the renovation and refurbishment of vulnerable buildings. The structure is different in France and is not applicable in Andalusia and Spain. However, the good practices of the will and the citizen dynamics there are very important. We are now going to move on to the next presentation, which is mine. This is the last block that we're going to have a look at, and it's about the exchange of good practices that we have had with regards to legislation and regulations. These are the 4 topics that we mentioned before. We have analyzed blockchains with technology, financial instruments in Lithuania, and empowerment in France. Now we're going to analyze Andalusia and what we have based ourselves upon mainly. As I said, all of the POWERTY process has been ongoing learning. We have tried to identify good practices that could be applicable in other and could be replicated in other countries. You have the summary of the good practices, just to let you know, but a few with regards to the certificates in France, certificates that we are now developing. The white certificates that they carry out in France, they are certificates that are given for energy saving that have an economic value. And in the case of France, that saving is used to promote rehabilitation actions in vulnerable buildings, for instance, or energy vouchers, which are kind of documents that citizens are provided with so that they can compensate with their energy bill or energy equipment buying. Habiter Mieux Sérénité is a company that has been created to support vulnerable collectives in doing all the paperwork. In France, for instance, there are lots of different aids, and vulnerable collectives cannot face the complexity of all of the paperwork, and this entity, like we said before, is the one that deals with all the paperwork management and implement and follow up on the aid granting. That association is also the one that provides the trust that the public administration requires, so that any project that it comes from this association is it's deemed as an adequate project, and thus the concession of aid is a faster process. As I said, what have we focused on mainly in POWERTY in Andalusia? We have focused mainly in promoting the development of energy communities, mainly for 2 reasons. On the one hand, following the Renewable Energy Directive and the Directive of the Interior for the market, the Directive for the market, energy market. And basically, it is to bring to these collectives the benefits of renewable energies. And we thought that the knowledge that we understood and gathered from POWERTY would be very useful to develop the legal framework for energy communities. And as has been said in other interventions, the first thing that needs to happen is define this framework, understanding what an energy community is, which for us is no more than a group of people that come together to share the energy that they produce themselves, trying to, of course, have environmental, economic impacts, and having, of course, renewable energy. And it is a very useful element not only to fight against energy poverty, but also to fight against climate change and flight of population leaving certain areas. So before the volatility of the market and the prices, if we create a stable energy price market, that for that energy community, that helps. And for Andalusia, it helps to create a strong value chain in many aspects of energy, in terms of technology, digitalization, and new things that need to be learned, and new environments, and new work that is generated around energy communities. So the social project is also very important, as well as the energy project and the technical side of it. So we're going from the technical side to the governance side within the community, and they're the ones that decide how that is going to work. So the technical project is important, but the type of governance is also essential. And what can we do from the administration? What instruments from the public administration can we use? This is a chart from a working group created for a conference in Navarra for energy communities, and we list here all of the abilities that the public administration counts on and all the instruments that we can provide. This is what the public administration can do to push forth and foster energy communities. On the one hand, incorporate energy communities within the strategic plans, municipal and at regional level. And it's also our role from the point of view of dissemination and information, and also as a group of people that allow one-stop shops, for instance, where everything happens in one place, financing, the use of public roofs or public spaces to put and to install technical energy-producing elements. And the person from Bulgaria, Noemi, have also stated that it's very important to finish defining the regulatory framework that favors the development of energy community. We're talking, of course, about the fiscal instruments that the regional ministries can help with, create collaboration and create incentives and collaboration opportunities for public and private entities. We also have cases in Flanders where the public administration buys the energy from those energy communities, and this allows them to have stability. And it's also important the training and the technicians that work in this type of with this type of project. Is important to train them, and we also have the possibility of innovate. R&D means that we're fully part of the electrical market and that we're fully flexible to welcome all of those technologies. And there is an opportunity there, of course. So what are we doing in Andalusia? We are acting from the point of view of dissemination, from the point of view of training. We have created a national working group called Eneragen, agencies like ours, like the Andalusian Energy Agency. We share our knowledge about energy communities. We have the self-consumption working group of the municipal government, and energy communities are part of the Andalusian energy strategy for 2030, which highlights our commitment and, of course, public aid and support. Those are actions that we foster from the public administration, but if we think about it from the point of view of POWERTY, the reason why we're here, there are two main actions. The pilot project for Torreblanca, a pilot plan developed in a vulnerability environment, which has provided us with results that allow us to replicate this all around Andalusia, and really a map from the Andalusia that will help to create an action plan for POWERTY. In terms of dissemination, we have intervened in many fora throughout the years. more than 50 forums in the last 2 years, many of them promoted by rural development groups. It's an initiative that has a lot of impact in the rural environment. With regards Eneragen, the national energy agency network, we created the first course of energy communities in 2021 when this was new. It was a really interesting course. We analyzed energy communities from the point of view of the legal framework, of the practical cases, empowerment, financing, citizens, etc. It was a course that we carried out in 2021. And what we tackled then are things that are still true today. In any case, that course was the start of a working group that we then created, led by Andalusia, where we bring together more than 20 agencies to work on energy communities. And why is this important? Because there are lots of doubts that come up in local initiatives and projects, and there are many cases that are being carried out right now. And what we do is link doubts and cases and link them in good practices so that they can find solutions. And within that working group, we try and link these two initiatives. So we think it's very useful to all of the participating agencies because it allows us to solve problems with regards to energy communities. The self-consumption round tables are being very useful. In the energy strategy, we have included a specific line to support the development of energy communities, and linked to POWERTY, support the development, including vulnerable collectives. Because incorporating in development energy communities that bear in mind vulnerable collectives is essential. With regards to the help and incentives, we have them not specifically for energy communities, but as beneficiaries. So yes, I think this is very useful. The most important actions with regards to energy communities and POWERTY, those that have been the result, are the Torreblanca one, and as Noemi has shared with us, the cases of France and the Bulgarian ones. The Torreblanca energy community springs from the Torreblanca Illumina Association. That is an association that reaches out to the Andalusian Energy Agency to start a pilot project. At that point, we had started working with a POWERTY project, and through the Interreg funds, we started working in this project. Initially, it is an association legally, and I think we need to focus on the legal framework because that's something that I wanted to talk to you about. Torreblanca is an agency community that legally is understood as an association, and they, as an association, come to us to create the energy community. What have we done in Torreblanca? We have worked with regards to social management. We created a specific office to tackle the project. We have helped technically, we have developed the project, we have analyzed the energy consumption of the participating families, we have assessed them how they can reduce their energy bills. We have disseminated the project. Torreblanca has been present in many different fora, regionally, nationally, and in a European forum. They were presented. Our project was presented in Turin, in Ireland, in the European Region Week. Yet I want to focus on the legal stance of all of this. Torreblanca gets into contact with us, and we provide them with the legal assistance that they need. And we analyzed how we could help these energy communities from the point of view of the public administration. And that work that we have carried out in the last year focused on elaborating legal framework, a legal guide for the development of energy communities, so that we can facilitate the work for local administrations. It's a quick guide where local administrations can find the best way of creating legally an energy community, because there are many possibilities. So in the first chapter we analyze what is the best way of creating an association for an energy community. The second part is that we focused on is what can I do as an public administration within a energy community. And this question is also linked to what can be done from the point of view of the legal framework. After analyzing these two elements, what we wanted to do is propose a manual that states how an energy community works, how it is constituted, what process needs to be followed, how do we regulate the incoming and outgoing people. We proposed, therefore, a manual with regards to energy communities. And Torreblanca, as I said, is an association. We have also worked with them to define a model of the minutes, of the statutes. So what statutes are required for an energy community. And we have not developed the cooperative model. I know Faicta is here, but Torreblanca was an association, and within POWERTY, the association fitted better. But it doesn't mean that it's the only legal way to create an energy community, because cooperatives, of course, have a big role to play here. How can we define what are coherent legal instruments? Well, we need to define an energy community, and it has to follow three directives. Open and free participation. There can be no discrimination, and you may enter and leave whenever you want. Voluntary participation. And of course, when I enter or leave this community, there should be no impact in this community. So it has to be made easy for people to come in and leave. And then there has to be effective control, which needs to focus on the members of the association. So the members have to control this association because they are the community. If we consider these three basic principles, open participation, voluntary participation, and effective control,
we have is that the two legal instruments which fit with this definition are association and cooperative. There is also the case that Andalusia has a very advanced cooperative regulation, so we have to make use of it to make the most of energy communities. Associations are also an alternative. All other options, a neighbor community. This is not an energy community because we are just speaking about our neighbors, so there is no open participation, as we mentioned earlier. Within the guide, we have analyzed each legal framework, and we have also analyze whether they are suitable or not for this initiative. What do we have in Spain? We have all kinds of types. We also have limited companies, which is kind of shocking to have a limited company for energy community, because a company is seeking profit, and energy communities are not seeking profits. But then if you have a closer look, you can see that this limited company has an association within. And an interesting part of the guidelines is how the local administration can play a role by providing spaces. It has a series of aspects. How do I offer my roof, under which conditions? For all of the 7 options, we have divided it into sections. Legal considerations is one, the legal considerations of providing a space to energy communities, and a section on practical aspects, how the city council can implement this. We have analyzed this provision of spaces, how the administration can promote installations. We have analyzed how to improve taxes, offering discounts in different taxes. We have studied the possibility of city councils providing subsidies and encouraging participation processes. It is not necessary for city councils to create a new platform, but they can support different platforms. There are some cases in Spain where this is being done. Improvement in urban planning and the creation of offices to provide assistance in different aspects. I hope we can move forward with this ahead in time. And other actions which are not developed in the guidelines, because the guidelines is related to poverty and to meet the needs of poverty, and we had a limited budget for that. There was a consultant working in this guide. The consultant was specialized in legal aspects. We are technicians. We are not legal specialists, but we have worked with them. Other actions have been dissemination, promotion of dialogue between the different stakeholders, same as we have done with poverty. We have held many meetings in order to speak about energy communities. We started to speak about energy poverty, and then we ended up speaking about energy communities. We also provided training to public offices. We also work with plans and strategies about purchasing electricity and about the creation of solar maps. The third section is the functional manual that I mentioned earlier. What are the duties of the members of the associations, how to join it, how to leave the association, and we have created these bylaws which will be available so that any energy community that wants to consider to become an association can use it as a reference. And this is all. Thank you very much.
Por estar aquí y también.
I want to thank all the partners and the stakeholders who are here today. Now, we are running out of time a bit. The person who is connected now has to leave soon. Anyway, we we can use lunchtime to ask questions to Noemi, to Angelina, to myself. So we can discuss anything during lunch. And after this presentation, after lunch, we will have two very interesting roundtables. We will focus on practical cases of energy communities, and before that, we are going to analyze needs and barriers. So we are going to see whether our needs and barriers meet with the practical cases we have been saying. I hope this is the case, but we have to learn about how these practical cases have tackled the different challenges. I can also see in the room people who want to promote energy communities, so I think the two roundtables will be very interesting. Andreas, ¿estás ahí?
Hello from Austria. My name is Andreas Türk, your NEOM research company. We're a big Austrian research institution, and we're involved in several European and national projects on energy communities. And we're monitoring since 5 years the developments in all EU 27 countries.
Andreas, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Andrea, I will do some brief presentation of you.
Yes.
Andreas in Spanish and later in English, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Andreas is an European expert in energy communities. He works with the European Commission to implement energy communities, and we asked him to be here today with us so that he could provide us with an overview of the situation of energy communities in Europe.
With us, I presented you as an expert of energy communities and your collaboration, very fruitful collaboration with the European Commission, involving in several programs and projects, and your vision on energy communities and the landscape of the energy communities in Europe is quite interesting for us. So please.
Many thanks. I will start with the European directives that you anyway know, but here's a quick overview. We have actually 4 articles. We have jointly acting consumers. We have renewable energy communities, both part of the Renewable Energy Directive. And we have active consumers, and we have citizen energy communities. Jointly acting renewable self-consumers, we also call it collective self-consumption, can be on the level of the multi-apartment building, but if member states allow it, it can have a broader scope. We know Spain has a broader scope, goes beyond the multi-level apartment building. Then the renewable energy communities require a proximity of members. Active consumers, also multi-apartment level, but it can be broader. And citizen energy communities, no boundaries. Collective self-consumption, Article 20, and renewable energy communities, these are no market actors. They need an aggregator to go to the markets. But for the instruments in the Electricity Market Directive, active consumers, citizen energy communities, they can go directly to the markets, sell flexibilities, sell energy efficiency services. Also, here's a difference for jointly acting renewable self-consumers, collective self-consumption. Third-party operation is allowed. For renewable energy communities is not allowed. Also for active consumers, third parties can operate installations, but not be a member. And in citizen energy communities, there's no third-party ownership allowed. So why I'm starting with this menu? Because there's no member state that has transposed these 4 options. It's not only 2. These 4 options one-to-one. Every member state has made a mix of different approaches. And most member states have implemented renewable energy communities because they seem to be a bit similar to energy cooperatives. They have a local route. The members must be localized, and as you can see, almost all EU 27 have a legal framework for renewable energy communities. Most EU member states also have a legal framework for citizen energy communities, but this is not operational in most cases. So the member states just took the EU articles and put this in some law. But for example, in Austria, we don't have any citizen energy communities, or it's just emerging. It seems to be a far more difficult concept than renewable energy communities. But second. Yeah, some member states have just taken the articles and put them into some national law without real intention to deploy energy communities just to meet the European requirements. I would say 50% of the member states have tailored the national framework because they really want to get this concept going. For example, Austria, Spain, France, Italy. Some member states have focused on renewable energy communities, also like Austria, but others on collective self-consumption. The many initiatives you see in Spain, they're rather collective self-consumption and not 100% corresponding to renewable energy communities. Spain has a legal framework for both, but the focus is on collective self-consumption. And many countries have made exceptions from the EU provisions. For example, Austria allows third-party ownership in renewable energy communities. And as I told you earlier, third-party ownership is only allowed in collective self-consumption and active consumers. So there are many hybrid solutions emerging. In Austria, collective self-consumption is limited to the multi-apartment level. In Spain, it's different. You have a spatial boundary. In the past, it was 500 meters in Spain. I think it's much larger now. France, I think it's 2 kilometers, in some cases 20. Portugal, 2 kilometers. But most member states have limited this to the building level. And having it at the building level has pros and cons. You don't need the DSO. You just, within the building, you don't need the public grids. It's maybe easier to implement, but on the building level, it's difficult to find a business case, because if you have residents, they all have the same consumption pattern, and there's no heterogeneity of demand. And so the self-sufficiency is very low. And most of the electricity is fed into the grids. If we come to active consumers, most member states have no idea what this means. There's not enough guidance from the European Commission, and so a few member states have implemented this concept, but again limited to the building level. In a few countries, we see a large increase of energy communities, and below you see my country, Austria. At the moment, we have 400 energy communities and 400 in the pipeline. On the map, you see only very few of them, because in Austria, the energy crisis shocked us, And we are a very gas-dependent country. So in last autumn, suddenly every village wanted to become an energy community. And the gas crisis, the energy crisis was really a big trigger. I heard that there are more than 120 energy communities in France. I'm not 100% sure if these are all energy communities or also collective self-consumption. Most of the initiatives are residential energy communities, and this is a bit a pity. You should mix residential, commercial. Mixed setups are always better. You achieve a higher self-sufficiency, and the business case is better. And also what we observed across Europe, most energy communities focus on self-consumption, but there's hardly any flexibility provision. There's, of course, a reason. The flexibility markets are not open enough, not mature enough. But if you focus too strongly on small entities that have a high level of self-consumption, self-sufficiency, you may also risk that you implement too much technology, too much decentralized technologies, and it's maybe not the most cost-efficient pathway for the entire energy system. We have 27 different concepts in Europe how to implement energy communities. For example, proximity of members in the case of renewable energy communities. In Austria, we have low voltage communities and medium voltage communities. So it's based on grid typology. The same in Belgium, Hungary, Slovenia, Italy. The big problem is you don't know how big the area behind the low voltage grid is. This is no static unit. It can be big. It can be in some region. It can be small. Bigger energy communities may have to deal with too low voltage transformers. So basing it only on the electricity grid is a limitation. It makes it maybe easier for the DSOs for energy sharing, but it's a limitation because it's only focused on electricity, and the concept of energy communities should also take into account heat or sector coupling. Other countries have taken the approach to define proximity based on administrative boundaries, municipalities, regions in Ireland, existing sustainable communities. France, Spain, based on distance. The 500 meters is not correct anymore. It was expanded. And Portugal, it's a mixture of distance and activities. And as I mentioned earlier, for France and Spain, it's rather collective self-consumption, CSC, than energy communities. Some countries have introduced grid fee reductions. For example, in Austria, if you're behind the low voltage transformer, you get 60% reduction of the grid fee. If you're behind the medium voltage transformer, you get 30% reduction of the grid fees. And also other tariff elements have been removed if you're part of an energy community. Of course, who pays these reductions? These reductions are paid by those consumers that are not in the energy communities, so by all the other consumers. Also, Italy has a small reduction of the high voltage transmission fees. Portugal has a reduction of surcharges, CES, 100% for collective self-consumption, 50% for individual self-consumption. In France, there's a special tariff for collective self-consumption. To my understanding, in Spain, you don't pay any grid fees within a collective self-consumption scheme. As I mentioned earlier, it's not 500 meters, it was expanded. and the other tariff elements stay. The problem with this approach is the European Commission wants that member states define cost-reflective tariffs. But here you have a mixture of cost-reflective tariffs and support mechanism. So that there's a gray zone. What is cost-reflective and what is already specific support elements? If we come to support, Austria pays 25,000 euro startup subsidies if an energy community wants to start and is being founded. Most of them get 25,000 euro. In Italy, you get a special feed-in tariff of 110 euro per megawatt hour for the self-consumed electricity. So here we have the network tariff reductions in some countries. In other countries, you have subsidies, or like in Austria, you have both. What is very important, the allocation keys, and also they're very different in different countries. Static, everybody gets the same share of electricity, or dynamic. And static means you get fixed amounts. Maybe you can differentiate them for working days, weekends, holidays. And dynamic can be ex ante, that you define coefficients for each hour of the year and submit them to a DSO. Or you can have a dynamic allocation based on real-time or 50 minutes smart meter data. In some countries, you can change the allocation key yearly only, in others monthly, in other countries 3 monthly. So also this is very different among countries. And one example on Austria. Austria has a static allocation key, and we have one dynamic allocation key that was defined by our DSOs. So we don't have a free choice of allocation keys. And the DSO said every member gets, they make a quotient between community-wide generation divided by community-wide demand. And this is applied to each member of the community. The problem is if you have a residential area and if you have one large consumer, one commercial consumer, this commercial consumer will take a lot of energy from the households. So it's maybe not a fair mechanism, but our government wants that there is a menu of different allocation mechanisms, but our DSOs just refuse. They say they only allow these 2 mechanisms, while our law provides for a free choice of the mechanisms. And I want to take this as an example that in most of the European countries, there are problems with the DSOs. For example, in Greece, you have 300 registered energy communities. Greece had the law already in 2017, but only 20 are operational. Is it intention? Is it strategy? What's the reason behind this? It's a mixture of many things. DSOs have worked for decades in a special routine. They have worked in a top-down energy system, and now suddenly there's some directives and new laws, and they have to change their routines in IT systems. They have to change systems and routines that have been in place for many years. And our Austrian DSOs always tell us that the energy sharing is so expensive, and for this reason they allow only 1 or 2 algorithms, because they have to reprogram the entire IT system. If it's really so expensive, we just don't know. We don't have these insights. Also, many DSOs don't see the benefits of energy communities. They are used to reinforce the cables. They know how to do this in many parts of Europe, not in all parts. Building new cables is quite cheap. In remote areas, it might be very different. But it's very difficult also for governments to force the DSOs. Our government suggests that the energy community should sue the DSOs, but a small energy community will not start to sue, file a lawsuit against a big DSO. So I think this is a major barrier, and we need to find a new role for the DSOs they can accommodate, and maybe they just need a bit time. Do we need umbrella structures? I mentioned in Austria, there are 400 energy communities, all very, very small entities. Do we need structures that can combine these many small entities into bigger structures? For example, some countries have implemented renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities independently, like Austria, Slovenia, France, Denmark, Belgium. But some countries like Italy and Ireland already provide that these two concepts interact, and a few countries have a hybrid definition. As I mentioned, in Austria, and I'm talking a lot about Austria today, there is the risk that we have a mosaic of small autonomous communities that may not contribute to the broader energy system. So I think we should start a discussion. It's good that we have 400 energy communities because people are engaged, and energy communities are also an important platform for citizens to speak about energy, about the transition. It has a strong social component, but I think we need to better understand the contribution to the broader energy system and decarbonization. And legal framework should allow and support umbrella organizations and structures. As I mentioned earlier, umbrellas for renewable energy communities can be citizen energy communities or municipal utilities. We have a lot of them in Austria and Germany, or large cooperatives could act as umbrella for small initiatives. What about energy poverty? To my understanding, there's no very clear concept how to mitigate this with energy communities. We see some examples in Greece. Energy poor households can get electricity from energy communities without being a member. We see also energy communities that give part of the electricity to energy poor households for free. In principle, the cost savings of a classical energy community that has PV, the cost savings are often rather small, like €100 per year per households. And we looked at two cases at Spain and Portugal. What is more beneficial, getting a social tariff or getting cheaper electricity from the energy community? In both cases, the set consumption rate was only 30%. And we concluded that in Spain, it's better to be part of the energy community. In Portugal, the social tariff is very generous, and it's better for many households to stay in a social tariff. But of course, for our calculations, we used electricity prices of 3 years ago. If you have high electricity prices, the savings are much bigger. Yeah, this is my little presentation with the last slide. Are energy communities the only instrument we need? Energy communities are built on not only economic, but also social targets, common energy efficiency investments, education, change in consumption patterns, energy culture, energy poverty abatement. But I think that we need also frameworks for other types of collective energy actions. We need frameworks for business to engage. The transition needs many instruments, and energy communities is one of them. But also we need approaches that don't need public subsidies, that can make profits, that include larger companies. Energy sharing is also very important in larger companies, or sharing between larger companies and residential structures. We need also the traditional investors and enable economy of scale. So I think complementary to the concept of energy communities, we need to allow energy sharing across the entire economy. And I think the current electricity market directive, the update, is considering such ideas. Many thanks. I'm happy to get questions, comments.
Yes, Andreas no estará, por supuesto.
Andreas will not be here with us during lunchtime. So if we can use these minutes to ask any questions you may have to him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I found quite interesting your suggestion to create umbrella companies to, well, it would be under the local administration or regional administration. I found it really useful because for us, it's quite difficult to start an energy community because you don't have the local knowledge, you don't have the regulation knowledge. Yes. There are many issues to confront. In fact, the legal issues are the main blocking thing. Everybody knows that. A part of the utilities, they also block the creation of new energy communities. But apart from the utilities, there's also the legal framework, what is stopping us from creating energy communities. So I will encourage very much the creation of those umbrella government subsidized companies that help communities to thrive. So do you have any examples, any initiatives that are going forward for us to take an example of that and to replicate those, for example, in Andalusia, to create that umbrella institution that help out, not just by providing like guidelines. So what they do usually is, here you have the guidelines, read the guidelines, follow the guidelines. I mean, that's really difficult to do if you don't have the resources to start. So an umbrella, an institution which is an umbrella, and take the energy community and help them construct it from the very beginning to even to start operations, that would be really useful and is a way forward. Do you have any precise examples or something that is moving forward in that direction? Thank you very much.
I have only one example. It's the Austrian Coordination Office for Energy Communities. They start to become such an umbrella. In the beginning, they only provided some guidance or some economic calculations, but more and more they become a national umbrella. I have a second example. There's one citizen energy community in Austria emerging, and they want to be an umbrella for many small initiatives in Austria. But the question on umbrellas is just, or umbrella structures is just starting only.
Thank you, Andreas. And continues with this the same question. What kind of services offer your office in Austria?
The office provides legal service, how to set up a cooperative, an association. They have contract templates. So templates for specific agreements within the energy community, agreements with energy suppliers. Then they offer a business calculation tool that you can check the profitability of your community. And they offer many events where different energy communities come together from all of Austria to exchange ideas. They often invite also the ministry representatives, that the policymaking is also being initiated to improve barriers.
Thank you, Andreas. ¿Alguna otra cuestión?
Is there any other question in the room? I wanted to say something about the number of energy communities in many different places. I agree with what you said. The fact that there are 400 energy communities in Austria means that there are 400 people who are independent, who have different ways to think when it comes to consumption. And if we multiply to this, there is a problem of how to have traceability in this network. When you are considering an energy company, you have a series of engineering studies to develop a global company providing energy to an entire country. But when you are working with a community to provide energy for a small municipality, they are just thinking about their small municipalities. Now you have 400, there will be 400 more. Each one is independent, and they also depend on this horizontal approach, and everybody has their opinion there. Based on what? I mean, the environmental footprint of this should be studied maybe before continuing with this euphoria to see where the gaps are, as we may be going to a difficult place. Maybe it is not the panacea is not to be full of energy communities.
You heard the question?
Yeah, but I did not fully understand all the details.
In details. You received the translation in English?
No.
No? So you understand Spanish?
I understand 80%, but not 100%. So maybe you repeat it.
Yes, I will try. I will try to translate. The scene, we were wondering, there are so many energy communities in Austria. You mentioned 400 energy communities. So the question was about these energy communities work independently from DCOs, or they have their own structure. The problem is how, if we increase the number of energy communities or working independently, it will be a problem. Maybe instead of planning in a more broader way. So many energy communities acting directly to the grid, so it caused some problem. And the question was to value if the real impact on the carbon footprint is better to have millions of energy communities, or better to have better energy planning, more structure. than...
I'm happy to answer this. I think what currently happens is an uncontrolled boom without any planning. Of course, if the government pays 25,000 euro and you have reduced grid tariffs, more and more energy communities will emerge. But there's no bigger planning behind this. It's just bottom up. And I think now it's time that Austria introduces some planning. How many do we want? How many do we need? Where do we need them? Our government did not expect so many.
Thank you, Andreas. I have any other question? I have a question, Andreas, as an expert on energy communities, and you are quite linked to the European Commission. But you know both directives, the internal market and the renewable directive, are from 2018, I think, 2019, from this many years. And I don't know if the European Commission is tackling this issue and planning some new legal framework of this to push more the energy communities, or they left this to the national and regional level, because the implementation is quite slow. For example, you mentioned in Spain that we have regulated the renewable energy community, but it's not really, we put in the legislation the definition, but we have not completely implemented.
I know. It's yeah.
In this way, do you think that, or do you know if the European Commission is working in some way to revitalize the concept of the energy communities?
The Commission wants to expand the concept also to business. At the same time, I also know the European Commission is very happy that we see so many different approaches emerging. They have no final opinion. They're observing this, but they tell us it's a big laboratory, and it's too early to say which approach is better than another approach.
Thank you, Andreas. And si hay alguna otra cuestión.
Is there any other question in the room? Otherwise, we will have our lunch break now.
Please and share with us the lunch to speak about the energy communities, but next time.
Next time. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Andreas.
Ciao.
Bueno, cosas de intendencia.
Just a series of aspects. We have lunch time in the same place as we had breakfast. The round tables, we will begin at 3, from 3 to 4, and from 4 to 5, the second round table. So I see you around here within a couple of hours.
Y
Vamos a empezar la mesa.
We are going to begin with the next roundtable. So I would like to ask those of you who are going to be a part of it to please come and join me.
Muy bien.
Very well then. I would like to thank you all, on the one hand, for participating, and I would also like to thank you all for the interventions and the things we shared this morning. We have a round table with very interesting profiles, and I think that you're going to share very interesting information. Ana Jauregui, she is the Dean of the Technical Engineering School in Seville. Roberto, from the University of Seville as well. Mari Carmen, from the company Considera, and she's going to share with us initiatives that goes beyond. Carno de la Rocha from Acciona, an energy company. Eva from FAECTA, the Federation of Cooperatives, and Noemi. Do you understand Spanish? Yes, Noemi is from the Energy Agency of Aubergine Ronal. You have heard her this morning in her presentation. As Noemi needs to leave quickly, she will start. I'm going to ask you a very generic question, and then we shall continue with the rest of the speakers. The aim of this roundtable is identify the needs and barriers existing in order to foster energy communities. We have followed a logical sequence in that the needs and barriers that you identify in this roundtable, we're going to see their reflection in the initiatives that will be dealt with in the next roundtable. This needs and barriers is important to analyze how you have faced this challenge within the framework of energy. The two roundtables are going to feed off each other, and I hope that we will have learnt more by the time we finish, and that the most important initiatives be supported by all of you. Noemi? The most direct question, energy communities in France and in your region, how are they being developed? What barriers are you seeing? How are they being fostered? And if in 5 minutes you could tell us, that would be great. Thank you very much, Joaquin. We have energy communities. We have had it for the last 10 to 11 years. And this model is inspired on the Northern European models, like that of Denmark, especially. a country where citizens invest in projects and have done so for very many years. In France, 15 years ago, we began to worry a little more about creating projects that involved citizens and areas of where these projects are going to be carried out, and the businesses that are there, the municipalities, and doing all these projects together so that we can guarantee the interests of the territory. For the last 10 years, we have worked on a model, and now it's quite stable. And the way we organize it is in a cooperative way. The legal structure is a cooperative. We have 300 in France and 75 in our region. And this takes several shapes. Generally, these cooperatives are for electricity and PV because it's the simplest model to develop. We are currently changing the model because given the energy crisis, we are trying to reach a broader market. So we want an economic model that reaches the market. Up until now, we were using feed-in tariffs, where you sell the electricity back to the grid. But we're currently in a time of change. We have 300 cooperatives right now. And what we have also is a cooperative network at country level, which is managed by an association called Shared Energy, Énergie Partagée, and in each of the regions we have a regional federation, a network. And I am the head of the Rhône-Alpes Federation. With regards to the barriers, the resource that we lack the most are human resources, because in the majority of these cooperatives there are no employment posts. Of the 75, there's only 3 that can have someone that is employed, and the rest can only support volunteers. So voluntary human resources is something that is not in abundance. Well, in fact, the volunteering aspect is very important, and this also happens in Andalusia, but it's difficult to do all of this with volunteering time. Many of them are successful, however, so that's great. So Noemi, please, when you have to leave, do so. I gave you the floor first to give you that freedom. We're going to do a first round to introduce you, and so that the people here attending can understand what each of your associations or what you represent are doing in terms of energy communities. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all. Good afternoon. I'm Ana Jauregui, and I am the Dean of the Technical Industrial Engineers School of Seville. We represent more than 3,400 engineers, and we really work directly with energies and renewable energies. And having given you a context of who I am and what I represent, I wanted to talk as well about how we deal with energy communities. We have been working with these projects for the last 2 years, and what we have observed is that there is a generalized lack of knowledge in society about this. And that's never a good start, because if society doesn't see the possibility and the good things about this type of project, then it's not a good start. And there's lack of information and it's difficult to obtain it. So how have we faced these two issues? We have had workshops and conferences in our association of engineers in collaboration with the Andalusian Energy Agency, so that we could provide this knowledge to our professionals, of course, but also to the citizens. And from that, after the dissemination part, we set the aim within our association. We requested a community transformation office to the ministry, so that through our technical knowledge within our institution and our professionals, so that we can disseminate this type of project in the Seville province, and of course provide information to those who require it. If we can finally be granted this project, then we have designed a strategy so that we can reach all the different municipalities and consistently work with vulnerable collectives. This is the situation and how we face it from the institution I represent. With regards to barriers, and I don't want to go on too much, another barrier is that there isn't a registry of energy communities, so we don't have reference points and we don't have a place to understand how projects are going, what legal framework they've chosen. And so we believe that this is something that we can also do, so that we can have references and reference from start to finish, and so that people can go there to find information. We also see that there are technical problems within the engineering department. We go from energy auditing to the maintenance of the projects and all of its value chain. That's what we're involved in. Yet, in many a case, our members tell us that we have problems to connect to the network. And that's also a problem, because if we work hard but technology doesn't support what we need, then projects don't come to fruition. And I would also like to add the bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and paperwork is difficult and unclear. There's very much lack of legislation, and I know that from the agency and the Andalusian regional government, you have created a pilot project, the Torreblanca Illumina, which is for disadvantaged collectives. There is a project, a law, where at national level and regional level, we have presented our suggestions and demands to the Ministry of Energy. So all of this together tells us that these projects have a difficult start, yet we are positive and we have to make use of the solar energy that we have. We have a lot of knowledge in our region, and there is a need as well for those that suffer from energy poverty. So we're positive and we will remedy this. Thank you very much, Anna. And I highlight the wonderful job that the Association of Engineers is doing with regards to dissemination information, and you've also stated that it's very difficult to generate expectations and that these expectations not be met because of issues that are outside of our scope and the scope of the project. Roberto, from the University of Seville, how are you dealing with energy communities? What's your point of view representing the university? First of all, thank you very much for your invitation to address you. It's an honor. And really, it is a hot topic right now. I am a professor of administrative law, and I research on renewable energies. I'm also the Secretary General of the University of Seville, and it is in that I am part of the government, the governing body of the University of Seville. So what is the University of Seville doing with regards to self-consumption and energy production? And what are we doing with regards to energy communities? The University of Seville is one of the 3 biggest universities in Spain, and that means that they have a very high consumption of energy. We consume more than 40 gigabytes a year. It's 10 million euros a year. And we have a real interest to introduce self-consumption for economic purposes, to reduce the electricity costs, and at the same time with other aims to reduce climate change and also to offer alternatives to consumer collectives. With regards to what we do in University of Seville, we have 60 buildings, all different types of buildings. Some of them are heritage buildings in Seville, the old tobacco factory and other which cannot hold PV and panels, yet the rest of our buildings do have a great potential to install solar panels. Most of our buildings were built before the 80s, so they don't have any infrastructure, and the last built buildings are energy efficient. So the 3 projects that we have now and we're working on are in that aiming to be energy efficient. With regards to energy communities, and I think we need to make a differentiation here. One thing is electric self-consumption or shared electric self-consumption, and another very different thing is the energy community. And here we would have to be very precise in distinguishing. University of Seville has requested 5 installations of PV plaques, and the Energy Agency of Andalucía is evaluating. And what we want to do is, on the one hand, take advantage of our position and our links that we have with the private and public partners, yet our problem is that there are financial problems, there are technological problems, heritage building problems, and additionally, we are public administration, yet we cannot produce electricity. It's not part of our legal purviews. We can't do social policies. The University of Seville teaches and research is, but it's very, very difficult to be able to sell electricity. And so the legal framework that is applied to us is a problem because this is created for other types of administrations. This is a structure thought for public administrations that can adhere to these legal frameworks. With regards to financing, we can only receive money to teach and research. But if we don't there isn't a legal framework, then we can't clarify. Unfortunately, we cannot hear part of what he said because he keeps moving the microphone. The Andalusian regional government is trying to discern how the legal framework should work. And the autonomous region, sorry, I apologize because I don't teach with a microphone. The autonomous regions do have a legal framework that they have to follow and legislation. And I'll give you the example of Aragon, who approved an article in 2023 that says that when public administrations intervene in an energy community, obligatorily they have to include vulnerable collectives. And from the point of view of the legal framework, that would help the University of Seville, because otherwise we could not promote economic activities or social aid. So that would be a good example to follow by the rest of the regional and autonomous municipalities. The people that are interested and would like to create energy communities can also share in that legislation. Thank you very much, Roberto. It is a shame that this legal or legislation is a barrier, but I believe that with legislation development, we shall get there. However, I find that the university community, the community like that of a university, would benefit a lot from an energy community integrating thousands of students that could bring together all the interest would be very, very good. However, as you point out, Roberto, we need to overcome the legislation barriers for these initiatives. In any case, we're going to have a second round, and I hope we will be able to delve deeper into these topics. Carmen from Considera Business, what's your opinion? How are you fostering energy communities? I would like to also take the opportunity to share with this forum that we are a company that has been working for a long time in territorial development, supporting in terms of energy and renewable energies, and something that we have detected since the energy community initiatives began, and is very linked to what Anna and the rest of you have said, the barriers of lack of knowledge, lack of understanding the procedure, lack of understanding the government aids, what can I generate, how long will it take for me to generate this energy community, do I have to create the statutes or bylaws? And speaking with the different actors, because we work a lot with the public administration and private entities, we had the opportunity and we promoted the creation of the Andalusian Association of Energy Communities, because we really require a space to discuss these questions, to share all of this knowledge. And we spoke to the Andalusian Energy Agency, and they all said that it was a very good idea to have this exchange space, so that we can disseminate information and so that we can develop alongside other territorial initiatives. When we talk about energy communities, we're talking about 2030 agenda, climate plans, and all of the plans that have to be reflected so that the public entities that participate in that energy community can opt to have European funds. Otherwise, it's not possible. And that we thought it was very interesting. also to understand the needs of the technical collaboration offices. FAICTA will also speak about associations, who's in there, how can I do it, who's going to represent me, who's going to be the president, who are going to be the managing committees. Because people don't have enough information. Communicate that creating an energy community means 30% saving annually. We understand, but it's not as easy. It's not as easy to understand the self-management. And secondly, I want to talk about the social benefits, because a lot of initiatives are carried out for vulnerable collectives so that everyone can have access to that energy. So congratulations, Carmen, and I hope it'll be a success.
Carlos.
Carlos, from Acciona. You are working with many city councils, which are the opportunities, barriers, and needs when it comes to energy communities from your point of view. Hello, thank you for being here, and thank you, Joaquin, and the Andalusian Energy Agency for having us here. My name is Carlos de la Rocha. I am in charge of business development for Acciona. I mainly work with the public sector. When it comes to opportunities, I want to go beyond numbers and figures. We are speaking about 400 in Austria, 75 in France. I want to go beyond that. I not just speak about numbers. We think it is an opportunity not only to put PV plates, but to assess energy efficiency in buildings. We are starting by the roof, but I think we should start from the inside. What could be improved in terms of energy demand to reduce it as much as possible, to improve efficiency and to decarbonize at the same time? So we are going to improve lighting, interior climate, and taking everything into consideration. We are going to make the best of the photovoltaic plant. Maybe it is enough with 80 kilowatts peak to have the best investment return possible. No matter where the money comes, we need to look at the return in the most positive manner. I also deem interesting that once we are dealing with PV, we need to consider decarbonization. We need to use heat pumps and other resources to foster decarbonization. We need to take it all. We will also speak about financing. When it comes to barriers, I will focus more on practical aspects. I understand, pattern curve, this graph with the maximum demand for photovoltaic and solar energy and the consumption curve in the morning when we get up at home. I'm speaking about domestic use. There is a peak. In the afternoon, we are all outside and there is a lower demand. And then in the evening, there is another peak. And we have this dark graph. If we consider this, many people say, I am using more energy in the evening, so why would I use photovoltaic plates? So we need to consider this. People have to understand that they should change their consumption habits. Maybe they should do a washing machine in the afternoon or not in the evening, so that we can optimize solar energy as much as possible. And when it comes to storage, this is another debate which is very linked. It's very related. I haven't heard much about storage. People generally consume more energy in the evening. Now in Spain, we are seeing an increase of renewable energy. In March, 60% of the energy came from renewable energies. We are seeing that P6 is being more expensive than P5 because when we have a lot of energy, we do not take good advantage of it. So with the introduction of these new gigas and with all the suitable infrastructures, I think we will see movements. And then I think we need to explain things well. It is not about a barrier, but about adaptation. When it comes to financing, I have a good piece of news for Roberto. The system we are speaking about has this financing. We and other companies are offering saving-based financing. So the person, the public institution, the city council, university, port, and any other entity does not require an initial investment. There is a yearly plan, and everything is this initial investment is subsequently managed. I know universities, they do not generate money, they have financing issues, and it is hard for them to get funds. And there are formulae like this one I am mentioning, and like the ones Renata mentioned. There are systems that allow people to have access to investment for this kind of projects, 10, 5, 15-year projects. The investment is not made by the public entity, but by a private entity. There are a series of templates which are already ready for that, and there is also maintenance included. You have a 1 or 2 mega plants, or maybe if there is a city council, a municipality with 27 installations, that is too much. If you have 27 small plants, that would be a bit too much for the city council because there are failures and there are issues all the time. I really want plants to work, and I am speaking from a photovoltaic point of view. And we also work with aerothermia and other sources. Thank you, Carlos. It was a very good comment, not identifying energy communities with self-consumption PV installations, as energy communities are beyond that. And it is good that you mentioned batteries. There are some cases where the energy is free over the day. We are self-consuming, free of charge. Now there are virtual batteries. Maybe you have heard about them. This is another debate. It is interesting to see the future with this innovation. We will see whether there is a future for these virtual batteries. You also mentioned at the end of your intervention, maybe Roberto can speak about it, you said that the goal of the university is not to tackle social problems, and you are promoting self-consumption. If I satisfy my needs within the university, it wouldn't be a problem. But as you are speaking about this installation where I am not the consumer, I am sharing it with third parties. So there are some doubts in this regard. In the case of Torreblanca, this happens to us. We installed solar plates in a school in order to generate energy for third parties. So the school has educational purposes. They shouldn't have this goal of offering energy to third parties. We could solve this issue later on, but we have to analyze all these aspects in detail. Eva, I have known you for a long time already. I know you are working a lot with energy communities. I know you have worked with many city councils. Which barriers are you identifying? How are you working to overcome the barriers? My name is Eva Guzman. I represent FAECTA, the Federation of Andalusian Cooperatives. And you would wonder, what am I doing here? But Joaquin explained it earlier. When we received the European Directorate, we realized that there were only two ways, association or cooperative. We analyzed them to see whether the directive proposes citizens to participate in the energy market. They are proposing them to participate in a business market. And there are associations have many virtues. They articulate society, but they do not want to be business stakeholders. So we considered cooperatives as people can freely join them. A vote represents a person, a partner, independently of the fact of being a huge entity that put a lot of money. They will just have one vote. And then the benefits we are seeking, we are not seeking profits, but environmental and social benefits of the members and of the area. And this is the definition of a cooperative too. We are defined as people's businesses which are aiming at improving the problems of people. We can speak about lawyers, schools, shops. But we have now modified our bylaws to include non-agrarian cooperatives and mixed cooperatives, as well as consumption cooperatives. Mixed cooperatives are those of services and work. This is the formula we propose for energy communities. I always speak about energy cooperatives, sorry. And we have developed these bylaws, which are at the disposal of anyone who wants to have a look at them, to be for mixed and service cooperatives. There is a lack of information about how the energy market works. It happens to citizens and to different governments. We have made a series of dissemination sessions to explain how energy communities work, how the cooperative works, how the energy market works, and we have elaborated a series of guidelines to solve the main doubts and to tackle the main barriers. I have everything here noted. We have also this project of sustainable municipalities. And finally, in cooperation with the Social Economy School of Andalusia, apart from many workshops and meetings, together with the Andalusian Energy Agency and others, we have created this energy classroom, which was this kind of training course with 8 initiatives from energy communities all over Andalusia. We provided some training, counseling, we solved doubts, we worked together with communities. So I would say the main barriers are related to training and to lack of information. And then is the lack of legal safety. And in this regard, we have provided inputs to different entities and the different legislation drafts on energy communities. There was this study on closed distribution grids, because energy communities are not just shared self-consumption. And now that we are speaking about this network of Andalusian communities, we need to consider two models: cooperative energy communities and co-housing communities, which are going to solve the housing problem for vulnerable communities and for elderly people and for people who want to live in a nice place after they retired. This is what we are doing. This is how we can help people, and our partners are supporting us in this. Thank you, Eva. You are doing a lot of things when it comes to energy communities and energy cooperatives, as you call them. We have time for a second round and to prove into your specialities. Anna, you mentioned 340 members in your association. Yes, in the province of Seville. How do you picture engineers within energy communities? Are we prepared? What can be our performance within this area? Of the different interventions, I have heard that there is a long way to go, but that there are many expectations and a lot of know-how. As I said earlier, engineering appears in any of the aspects we have mentioned over the day, when it comes to social aspects, university, industry. Everything needs improvement in this regard. And I also wanted to highlight something several panelists have said, that it is not only about shared self-consumption, but there are many other aspects, such as energy efficiency, how to manage the energy surplus, those communities which produce enough energy for them. They need to see how they are going to commercialize their surplus. We need to digitalize and control consumption. Engineering is in any aspect related to energy communities. So there is a huge market niche. The problem now is that there are not enough engineers to conduct all the work related to the energy sector and other sectors too. We are making an effort. There is a long way to go. There is a lot of work. We need to, administrations have to get involved, as it has also been said, reducing bureaucracy so that everything is more agile. And then we have a goal to meet. 30% of energy, this is the saving rate produced with this kind of installations, but we should not forget that we have a series of goals as a society and as a country to meet for 2030. And then there are many more after the date, but let's speak first about 2030. So market niche, a lot of work. Working from the institution, this is for professionals. We are obliged and we are responsible for this to get to any entity, citizen or municipality. They should be easily and simply, energy communities should be simply established. We want to offer our support. We are professionals, but we also have this willingness to help the citizens, and this is what we are doing. There is also something I wanted to say. We are located in Plaza del Museo number 6. our association is open for everybody. If you have any doubt, independently of the fact that we can solve it or not, we are available for you. This is engineering is our way of life, and you have your home in our offices. Let me pass the floor to Carmen based on Anna's comments. There are many niches of opportunity about what we have now and about what is coming in the future, digitalization, an increase in intervention of energy markets from energy communities. Carmen, how are you structuring your cluster? Which services are you providing? Who are the members of the cluster? What do you think has chain value when it comes to the cluster integration? What can you say? First of all, thank you. I want to thank you for providing us with this opportunity to be here today. I'm the technical director of the Sustainability and Digitalization Department, and I also represent the environment technicians, the Association of Women Technicians in Environment. Within the association, there is a board of directors with this Association of Women. When I was speaking with all new companies, we decided it was interesting to be there. There are also renewable energy companies, and there are also companies very specialized in energy communities, which is called Sapiens. It is from Valencia, and it has been working for many years on this field. There are also many companies from the renewable energy sector which have shown their interest to become members. Acciona, we will come for sure in the future. You are next to me now. And the main service is to have a common arena for exchange. If somebody has an interest, if there is a lack of knowledge about something, if somebody wants to get to know something about Seville, we can get in touch with Anna. If somebody asks something about FAECTA, we can put them in touch with the person responsible for that in FAECTA. We see there is a need of a link. Sometimes, as we are lacking this link, things do not happen. As we work a lot in the region, we started to identify initiative in all the provinces in Andalusia, and there was a lot of interest. People didn't know that things were being done, and people didn't know how to do things. And these kind of aspects are the main services we want to provide. And we also want to be able to represent in administrations. We are just at the very beginning, but once the decree is published, we are in this phase where we can put input, we can solve the situation of universities, we can provide value together with the Andalusian Energy Agency to find ways to include these kind of aspects in the decree. There are barriers and there are things that have to be solved so that, because the university has a lot to do. Even if it is not its objective, they know where the vulnerable communities are. They conduct studies. They know how to identify and how to reach these communities. That's the main aspect for me, to put different stakeholders in contact and to identify initiatives, because many interesting things are being done. And if we do not have these small arenas of exchange, it is very difficult to get to know others. So I would like to offer this part where you can learn what is being done in other places. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that it's not about putting a PV installation at the end. There are university studies which analyze the impact of energy rehabilitations on health and how health is improved thanks to these rehabs. This has been done by the University of Seville, and they could do other studies too. I wanted to ask this to Roberto. Which kind of research are you conducting other than installing PV plants? Maybe I conveyed some negative aspects of renewable energies earlier, but we have a problem, including financial problems. If somebody... Universities are the trainers in Spain. We are providing training on renewable energy and different aspects related to energy. We have a lot to say. When it comes to research, there is the same situation. If I am convinced that universities will become part of energy communities and they will provide their know-how and expertise, it is not just about providing their roofs. And earlier you spoke about the DAC curve. We are consuming from 9 to 9 during weekdays, and there is no activity over the weekends nor during holidays. So we have these installations which produce electricity and which are not being used over those periods. So we should establish alliances with other entities, because energy transition, it's not just about filling Spain with PV plates. That would be a mistake. We should really be able to measure the needs and to take advantage of that. For that, we need a lot of research. We need research and knowledge transfer. There are 2 departments on energy in the University of Seville which are in touch with society and businesses. And when it comes to research, there are a lot. Let me just say something. One is related to Torre Blanca Limpia. Is this architecture group which was part of this initiative to have Torre Blanca clean. And near this, next to us, there is the National Accelerator Center and the Biotechnical Center. There are many technological installations nearby, and the port has another installation called Tokamak, which is researching to produce energy through nuclear fusion. The moment within 10, 20 years that would be commercialized. Without this baseline research, we would not progress. We cannot only think about the future, we need to also think about paying our electricity bill in the present time. You spoke about financing, Carlos. You have worked with city councils. How do they see this? Which products are you offering? Which economic models are feasible? Anything you wanted to say regarding financing? First of all, when it comes to energy services with public entities and city councils, we have this energy services organization agreement, which has nothing to do, which is individualized for each entity, like a port, a university, or a city council. We work with large entities, but we do not say no to all small entities. We just see which aspects are interesting for us. We want to make the best out of everything. And within this financing, within this contract with energy services, they are saving. The contract said that there is 20%, 10% of saving, and every year there is an audit to see how it works. For instance, in Gijón, in the north of Spain, we achieved the greatest contract of energy services in Spain, 160 million euro for 15 years. The first year, Acciona invested 20 million euro in the city. And what do we do with this money? We change it, all the lighting in the city, and we conducted energy efficiency action in 157 buildings. We also included digitalization. All next-gen funds are speaking about digitalization and moderate consumption, and with the saving obtained, if the city council paid 100, they are now paying 80. There is a 20% saving, and this 20% does not even come from the city council. They may remain within the institution, or it can be reinvested. I will continue paying the same amount with new services, with more efficient technology, with better system for my citizens, and this 20% can be reinvested in energy communities or in any other relevant area. All these public building related area, I think public buildings play a crucial role. Many of you are engineers, and you can see that there are many roofs, mainly in cities, and where there is not room enough for all the kilowatts, because there are different architecture elements and there are bad orientations and they cannot be included. So we have 100 neighbors, but we just have room for 20 kilowatts. I think it is necessary that public and local institutions consider they should use buildings nearby to create energy communities, and then they will find the way, as you have been mentioned, how to fit it. If there is a fee, we see how to, we will find a formula so that there is not a neighborhood feeling mistreated when being compared with other neighborhoods. In any case, I think public buildings will have a lot of potential, and as I said earlier, if we take this commitment of PV installations, we can tackle energy poverty. I agree with what Roberto has said. There is a more linear consumption in public administration from 8 to 3. Well, there are other buildings working at night too, but they are very predictable, and we just need to be able to measure the PV needs, see what we do with the surplus, and to include recharge point. I can think about a million of things that can be done. We could use the surplus for households with that need. We think this is the key for the future. And now we have had this change of local governments, and we have now the opportunity over 4 years to use maybe some sport facilities with large roofs, with many meters, and they could use it for installations or other activities. These are my views in relation with decarbonization, efficiency, and tackling energy poverty by public services.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Eva, you have worked a lot with municipalities and other public entities. It seems like it is the job of public entities to lead, integrate, and foster these activities. So from FAICTA, how do you feel? Are town halls participating in these cooperatives? What's your point of view? Actually, we are seeing a lot of diversity. In an energy community, the public administration being a part of it is a great help, but it's not indispensable. Among the partners, you can be a partner, you can be a collaborating partner. The European directive requires that the energy community be the owner of the installation, not the owner of the plot of land or the building that it is actually mounted on. So in terms of reforms, audits, and technical offices for energy efficiency, we think those are important. What's our understanding? Well, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of misinformation, and therefore this leads to disbelief and fear. Because with the law in hand, let's not think about an energy cooperative, but with regards to any service that is proposed to a town hall that you're going to carry out for the municipality, the legal framework is essential. And this legislation allows the municipality to be a part of an association that is going to carry out an economic activity, given that there is no earnings and that it is a service that benefits the community. However, in a cooperative, this is again possible if it doesn't generate any benefit, any income. So all it has to do is produce for those who are part of the cooperative. So long as this is reinvested in the municipality and it fosters energy efficiency, this is allowed. The legal framework is non-existent or ambiguous. And together with all the administrative and paperwork required that are never-ending because the legal framework is not defined, it makes it very, very difficult because what works for one town hall does not for another. Now, if we move on to the technical issues of connection to the grid, that is also convoluted. And the part of the possible technical problems that engineers could solve, that is the least of our worries, because with financing and will, this can be tackled. However, the lack of knowledge in different municipalities, lack of information, and the lack of legislation is a problem with regards to the Association of Professionals. FAECDA has an initiative. Sorry, she's talking about schools. In schools, we can use this type of installations and we can participate in energy communities. And the spaces that can be provided or rented or lent for the energy generation can be very interesting. So there are ways of going about it, but without a legal framework it's very difficult. There are formulas, but one has to know which these formulas are, and the cases and the possibilities have to be identified. But from our point of view, the model has a lot of opportunities that are not well known. And so on the basis of what we have done with cooperatives, what we have had to do is come to know and adapt. And when we analyze energy communities, for us it's the same thing as cooperatives that provide services to communities. Thank you very much, Eva. We have come to the end of this round table. I'm going to give you each a minute as conclusions. Anna, we're going to start with you. I would like to conclude that this topic is wonderful, unknown or granted, but it's going to help society and our needs. Eva said that engineering was something that didn't worry you, but I think that the legislation, the lack of information, and the engineering side and how we face these challenges is very important, because we have to be efficient and doing installations with the highest amount of efficiency possible so that we may contribute not only to savings of citizens, companies, businesses and institutions, but also will allow us to be more sustainable so that we can take advantage of this natural resource that we have in our country. I also wanted to close by saying that I am completely in agreement to finding balance. It's not about having installations everywhere. It's about finding the balance as a society to be self-sufficient and at the same time sustainable, and within a context that is a nice one. And I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to be here. Roberto, 1 minute. So it is inevitable that universities be a part of the energy communities, and I personally trust that the University of Seville will be a pioneer in this, as it was and has been in many other projects. We have to work on the financial and legislative issues, and that we all go in one direction so that we can make each other's lives easier. I think what the university can offer that other institutions can't provide is their knowledge, their training, and I think it's a symbiosis that can work very, very well and contribute to the development of energy communities. Carmen? I'm going to highlight joint and work and collaboration, because understanding what others are doing and relying to help on the help of others, and to have the right legislation and the right measures, because just because we have funds, it doesn't mean that we should do everything. To be able to carry out energy rehabilitation, like the Acciona gentleman said, it's not only that, it's important to find an equilibrium, to come together, to not duplicate, because I think the worst thing is when we duplicate things and things are not done as efficiently or with the best results possible. So when all the players know each other, then we each provide our expertise and it works. Carlos from Acciona. I'm going to be brief. I share everything that you have all said before. Not everything fits. This is not a one-fits-all, but we have a very powerful resource here in Spain, and I become envious because in other countries with less hours of sun a day, they have more energy communities. So I believe that there is a great opportunity for growth here to do things right. Those of us that like energy and like to help the planet, we really think we are at the right time to do things well and contribute to doing things coherently. So good luck, because we're all on the same boat. And again, thank you very much for your invitation to speak here today. Really, I think efficiency is key, and we always say that the most sustainable kilowatt is the kilowatt that isn't used, the one that isn't consumed. And I wanted to highlight a request that all of the initiatives that we have posed, the aids that the public administrations are providing are for installations. But the prior process, promoters, a school, a university, any group of people, when they decide that they want to create an energy community to when it is actually created and using volunteers, it really requires a lot of time, and there needs to be a professionalization, really, because if the administration is part of this, then the administration will be able to push this forth through aids or through technical offices, because I really think this this tendency to become strong would really benefit from this. So for energy communities to be a reality and for them to help in energy transition, then that is key. So it's interesting to not generate excessive expectations that then come to nothing. So thank you very much. This is the end of this roundtable, and a round of applause to you all for your participation. Thank you.
Y comenzaremos ahora con la segunda mesa. Muy bien. Cristina.
Please, I am now going to ask the rest of the speakers of the next roundtable to join me. Bosco, Cristina, Macarena, José Miguel, Álvaro, please join me. And Rafael, of course.
Bueno,
Well, we are now going to begin. Angelina, aren't you part of this? Thought I'd forgotten about you. This is our second and final round table where we're going to share real cases and concrete cases. We're going to discuss barriers and how they have been overcome. We have Angelina here, who has been with us this morning from Bulgaria, from the municipality of Plovdiv. Can you hear us well? Then we have Cristina from Acciona Foundation, Bosco from Cooperative 17, Macarena, from Torreblanca Illumina, Álvaro from the initiative of Monatil, José Miguel from Coperas, and Rafael from Vergit, all of whom have pilot projects in advanced pilot projects. And as Eva said, some of these initiatives have been going on for 3 years and they haven't even begun. They're going to let us know why. But really, what's most important is that we can all learn from the questions and issues that you have overcome. So, Cristina, we're going to begin with you so that you can talk to us about the San Juan del Puerto case. And I'd like to thank you for being here today with us. Thank you, really, truly, for the invitation to share with you all the self-consumption collective projects that we have carried out from Acciona Foundation in San Juan del Puerto in Huelva. I'm going to give you a small presentation. We are the corporate foundation of Acciona, and we want to enable the access to water, sanitation, and energy for those who lack access to them. We have been working for 14 years in developing countries, Peru, Panama, Mexico, Chile, Ethiopia, and Philippines, and we have reached more than 90,000 people that benefit from these electrical resources that we provide. And a few years ago, we started thinking about what can we do in Spain, because electricity access is problems don't exist, but paying for electricity is another issue. So, according to lately published data, from 9.5 to 16.5% of the homes in Spain are suffering from energy poverty, in one of the 4 indicators that we talked about earlier. And we started working on this, and we thought about the law 244/19, I think, to start thinking about solutions. We set out different objectives. We have to create a PV installation to reduce the bills for vulnerable families, and also we improve the climate footprint, and the municipality sees a reduction in its electricity consumption. We decided to create 100 kilowatt plants so that the paperwork was simpler, and now you can reach housing that is about 2.5 kilometers away max. And we defined the 3 actors: the town hall, the homes, and the foundation. The town hall's participation and the municipality's participation are key, because they are very important in the promotion, acceptance, and fostering and tools and human resources for this to be a possibility. And also they allow for the communication with the different neighbors that live in the municipality so that they may be informed, and at the same time so that we can transmit to them the benefits that they can obtain from being part of this project, helping us at the same time. And this selection of the different households that can be part of the project, because many can be interested, but together with the social services of the town hall, we fix the criteria of inclusion of the families that are in a more vulnerable situation so that they can benefit from the project. they lent us, or they let us use the roof or the plot of land, and then they pay for the self-consumption. This allows us to improve the well-being of the neighbors. They reduce the utility bills of municipal buildings because they benefit from self-consumption, and it reduces the carbon footprint of the municipality. Households have to voluntarily accept to be part of the project, as well as provide a series of data. Because if there are many households that want to be part of the project, then we require economic income data, family situation, and also we require electricity consumption data so that we can share out the electricity and reduce the losses in electricity and in photovoltaic. And the benefits that they receive is at least a reduction of 20% in their electricity bill. We provide them with recommendations to optimize energy use, how to understand electricity bills, and make them aware of the fact that they're fighting against climate change. As a foundation, we are bound to inform and communicate those families in a coherent manner. So for that, the town hall is essential. We also design the technical installation and the share-out model. And we have to analyze a lot of data. And we also do the economic investment as well as carry out all of the exploitation actions and all of the costs. We do all the paperwork, and we inform of the savings that the municipality and the households benefit from. What do we get? We are helping to reduce the energy consumption of vulnerable families, and we also create and develop a sustainable self-consumption model, because the town halls pay a contribution for the self-consumption. The vulnerable households do not have to pay. What we aim at is not obtaining profits, but what we do want to do is create sustainable projects so that we can recover the investment and so that we can replicate this model and develop it in other municipalities. And bearing in mind these principles and ideas, we started up the Huelva self-consumption plant. We invested 80,000 euros. Investment costs have increased in the last few months. The town hall uses 60% of the auto-generation of the plant, and the rest of the 40%. This reaches 43 families that receive the donation of the energy, with the aim that to reduce their electricity bill in 20% annually. The town hall pays a small fee from the self-consumption, and we make sure that they have at least a 5% saving in their utility. It is a leasing exchange, so the day that we recover the investment, the project then becomes owned by the town hall. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much. We are going to have a look at the different initiatives, and then we will have a round of questions. I didn't do it now because we may start asking too much and we will not have time to have a look at other initiatives. Rafael, can you listen to me? Okay, thank you again. Hello, everybody. We are pleased to be here. It has been very interesting. I'm going to share with you a practical case boosted by Bergie, and I wanted to tell you who we are and our background, as we have what we have learned has defined the kind of projects we work in and how we conduct these projects. In summary, we are only devoted to supporting and managing energy communities. This is the only thing we do. If tomorrow we are called to make an installations, we do not do it. We believe in collaborative models for energy consumption and that we should leave individualism behind. We work all over the value chain, including technical aspects, installation, implementation, social aspects, presentation of the project in the municipality, training, education, and support. We do not just disappear after the project is being implemented. We are there to be next to them as we deem this is necessary. We have been working about 3 years in these kind of projects, and together with Jose, we have been all around all the municipalities in the province of Granada. We have spoken with dozens of city councils and secretaries, businesses, entities, roof owners. We have done a lot to understand how to implement these kind of projects, mainly considering our current situation. As I said earlier, the models we work with are based on all these experiences. Some important learnings are the following. We had the feeling that we got to a municipality or to a meeting, and they were very motivated with this, and we thought they were going to be very interesting, but people looked at us in a very weird way. We were speaking about technical aspects, about legal aspects, about decrees, and we realized that if we went into much detail, there were frictions. Everybody agreed about the purpose and the values of energy communities. But when we spoke about the how, we encountered problems, and this is when we decided that it was important to embrace diversity, to see the kind of projects that were being implemented and how they were being implemented in order to continue our path. We saw that models based on solidarity were not going to work if we imposed them. I went to municipalities and said, your surplus is going to be donated to this, or we are going to generate profits for the village to be implemented in the village. And people said, yes, it sounds well, but I have my own problems. We need to fix something within the community and have to fix things at home, so I may prefer to do that first. So I think we have to offer the tools, education, awareness, so that people are the ones implementing these actions. It is great for public administrations to participate, but when they provide roofs to us or they support projects economically, the projects may be delayed a lot within the public administrations, and if we do not consider long-term sustainability and cost efficiency, they will not survive. And these are the main 6 elements we consider in all our projects. Based on this experience, we started to define how we were going to work, and we knew that we were going to move from an individualistic model to a collaborative model because it entailed lower cost, a lower visual impact, but we wanted all the projects to include important values which are included in European guidelines: open, volunteer, empowering people, connecting members, the feeling of belonging. This has to be more important than profits. So we had 3 models, and each of them depends on who is investing. On the left, the one we know as MER, energy community, with a series of members investing in the project and defining the rules of the game. The second one is the model that came out working with city councils. We visited 15 city councils with the first model, and all of them were saying to us, this is very nice, but is there a simpler way to implement this? The model, in this model, the city council makes the investment, and then they use the energy, and neighbors pay a canon, half a kilowatt, 50 euro per year, 1 kilowatt, 100 euro per year. And finally, this is the model where Vergy is making the first investment to reduce frictions. We grant part of the generation to the owner of the roof, and then the rest we share it with the locals. I'm going to focus on this one because I think this one is different. And because it is generating more traction, it is being more demanded. How does it work? We install the panels on a private roof. Vergy makes the investment. We provide part of the generation, part of the installation to the generator. We are in charge over 25 years of the maintenance. We divide the rest of the potency, the rest in 0.25 kilowatts package, and people 2 kilometers around can buy or rent. If a person wants to participate, we analyze their consumption and tell them you need 4 dogs. Do you want to purchase it? Do you want to rent it? And people will make their decision. People can go in or out based on their needs, and we make sure everything works correctly. This is specific information about a school in Granada representing this model. It is activated already. We have already received an invoice. If you receive an invoice, if it is the best thing because it is related to all the work you've done. How this did it came out? There was a citizen which was part of Vergy. He wanted to find solutions for cleaner and more local energy. And he was not a person with experience in cooperatives or associations. He was just a common person living in a city, so he went to the school and proposed to install solar panels in the roof and to share energy with him and with the rest of the people in the neighborhood. We analyzed and saw that there was room for 150,000 kilowatts. The model works as said. We installed this potency. We provide 15 kilowatts to the school, and the rest of the energy has been shared with the school community because it was the decision of the school, and with businesses and homes in the neighborhood. There are 4 main rules in this kind of community, even if this is shared self-consumption. There are a series of values and principles which are always present. Any person can participate and decide how to participate. Secondly, there are no links to energy companies. Everybody can be with the energy company they want to. The generator can also decide whether they participate or not, and if they are not satisfied with the value provided by the project, they may decide they do not want to continue anymore with the project. And if the members of the community decide they want to be 100% the owners of the installation with their own entity, we just give them 100% of the installation and we leave. We can help them to manage it if they want us to. I mean, our ambition is not to have installations and to be the owners. We just want to reduce all the current friction so that people understand what this is about, so that people understand that energy can be consumed in a collaborative manner, and we are sure that this will take us to models approaching this vision. What about energy poverty? As I said earlier, we are working from the very first moment to enable mechanisms for members to participate. But if we do not implement projects which are replicable, which are based on real needs, and which can work in the long term, we will not be able to implement anything. Now we have 21 members, 1 school, 4 businesses, 16 households. The benefits of participating in the project, the generator saved the money of the initial investment, and to be pending on the installation. We work so that the school connects with the local environment. We are continuously, the Bergy is continuously supporting the work. For consumers, it is not just about development and clean energy, but also a very simple method to reduce frictions and to move ahead. And it is more than shared self-consumption. It is a community. We want to create this feeling of belonging so that people see they are taking part of something. And this is reflected in all the materials, in everything we are building around it, which are the challenges and barriers. These are some of them for the 3 models. When it comes to members, setting this kind of project is not just about installation cost. There is a lot of previous work, and when we find societies with 5, 6, 7 members, they do not have the money for the initial investment, so we need more volume. The challenges to access to financing, challenges to access to public roofs. There is a lot of complexity to activate projects. This is a generator of illnesses. City councils, they do not have the necessary resources, economic or technical resources. There is a lack of knowledge. They do not have references for this kind of projects, and it is too complex. And when it comes to Bergy, opacity and complexity, this is an actual situation, and we are working 12 hours a day to learn about the rest of things. In summary, we believe energy communities have the ability to change the current energy system to a more sustainable and proximity model with more collaboration. But we should think in sustainability in the long term and replicability, or we will just stay on the way. This is how POWERTY is approaching energy communities. And in the future, we will see what happens. But now we have our purpose, values, and we are working next to people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we are moving to José Miguel. Please, 10 minutes each, because we will have questions and I would like to have a final debate, so be brief. Thank you, Joaquin. Thank you for your invitation. It is a pleasure to come to Seville to see people I know that I haven't seen for a long time. I come from Cooperase, Cooperative of Energy Services, working from 2017. We were checking on different offices because it was the way to reach public offices, to reach people. The municipalities are encouraging savings, energy savings. And then when energy communities appeared, we also started working with them. We have projects with the provincial government of Granada, and since 2020, we are dealing with the Monachil energy community that Alvaro will speak about. We have interesting projects such as rural energy communities in small villages in Granada. We went there as we were bringing a religion to people. Since 2022, we have the social offices with the project financed by the Ministry of Energy. We are there to share the knowledge we have learned over these years. Recently, we are boosting this network with people like Bosco, and I will speak about it later. Here, I separated the experience with Monachil, but we have all the four experiences related to social economy and energy consumption. Zújar, you can see the logos here. There is always a link between an entity like ours and the public administration. In the case of Zújar, this is a public project, same as in Durcal. And in the Alhambra neighborhood in Granada, together with Realejo and Albaicín neighborhoods, we were boosting the first meetings of the social office. Joaquin was asking about the governance of this organization. These are cooperatives. We work from the field with people. If we want people to build their model, this is not an oxymoron, but it is a quite hard thing to do. We need to deal with concrete models, but we have been boosting things in many meetings about how they want things, how they want their bylaws to be. It is good to have citizens involved. These are all cooperatives with different sections and this is, for example, in Zújar and the municipalities around this village, 25 kilometers around, in Huescar also. And then Alvaro will speak about Monachil. We started little by little. We try, when we were in places where people already knew about this, it was easier. And there are more members in the process, even 40 and 50 people in Zújar, Durcal and Alhambra neighborhood. In Huescar area, we have some city councils with joined rapidly. Acciona has mega parks and they have things clear, and it is also clear for us that these models have to be built little by little. We are not starting the house by the roof. We are seeing where the needs are. Energy solidarity. I do not like to speak about energy poverty because people will say, are you calling me poor? Are you saying that I am a poor person? So we speak about energy solidarity within these created energy communities. There is a reduced fee to participate in the association. There are interesting topics such as if the installation costs 1,500 euro, we devote some money for other projects that are interesting for the municipality, barriers and challenges, implementing an installation, putting it into motion, entails a series of actors. Too many actors maybe, but at the end of the day, if they are there, the access to them should be easy and things should be done in a timely manner. It has been trying and making mistakes, and we have already received a couple of bills, so we are seeing that things are working, and we just cannot expect from a group of neighbors to know everything that has to be done and to be pending on these kind of things. Learning the local administration and the national administrations, they have provided support. Maybe the support was not on time, they could have done it earlier or differently. And we are waiting for more support, financial support, but I think we will not all receive the subsidies from the last call in Andalusia. The money spent for this was really low. And once we have the money, we need to see which networks can be created. Regionally, we have been in touch with the Andalusian agency from the beginning. It is really good that they are here. We would love that Endesa, a huge energy company, would be also involved here because they are kind of blocking or limiting the process. In regions with specific subsidies, it is always good. Energy communities are self-sustained, so it is good to have subsidies, and if there is a legislation, such as in the case of the region of Navarra, is good. What is the role of the city council? It is the main role, as it is the local actor when it comes to energy communities. There are agreements to be provided with roofs. Maybe it is good that town halls with installations provide their surplus for the citizens. And when it comes to the City Council of Monachil, it is similar to what our colleague from Acciona was saying. We provide counseling, there are savings, and part of the energy surplus is provided to families. It is important that we do not lose the term community. This is an important arm of the project. There are many valid self-consumption projects, but we cannot lose the sense of community at different levels. When it comes to the definition, it is everything that is in the slide. You can read it there. And I underline that there is no need for cost efficiency. We are not seeking financial profit. Financial profits are not the main focus. These are a series of key factors. For energy communities, there could be more. We were speaking about resilient energy communities. We need to highlight what resilience is, because we need to consider in private initiatives or plots of lands in the village which are not being used. This is what we deem energy communities should have. When it comes to the social economy model, even if there are many meetings, it is important. The business model includes social economy. It has been said there is a moment when you cannot make 1,000 meetings, but you should work on this as much as possible. I have to measure the number of meetings and to consider how to do things. We need to consider the length of contracts. It is not changing to a specific energy company. Other models consider cooperatives. Other model considered energy companies. Social aspects are very important. Other models do not speak about social aspects, but you have to build it yourself. We try to create the energy community. Continuing speaking about this, there is this rule for Bechdel test. It is curious to see many current films which do not meet these tests with when it comes to feminine characters. Star Wars doesn't comply with this test. It is necessary to have this in mind when it comes to social economy. Social aspects should be in the forefront. And there should not be any oligopoly. When it comes to social economy networks, we need to be persistent, and we have different coalitions, and there are different entities. You can see them on the slide. Now there has been some issues with some distributors, and when it comes to the regional level, there is this structure where we can share resources and experiences and making things easier for the next initiatives. Thank you very much.
Hola, hola.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Alvaro, and I'm from the energy community of Monatil. First of all, I'd like to thank Joaquin, the Energy Agency, and everybody for being here. I'm here to talk to you about the specific experience that the energy community of Monatil has undergone, not as a group of communities, but our experience in this specific case, the difficulties and the way that we work. The index that I had prepared and that I'm going to use is, first of all, an introduction of who we are, then a little bit of history of how we created this energy community. I'm going to focus on the different ways in which we participate within the community and what distinguishes an energy community from other associations, and then challenges and barriers. First of all, the Monatil energy community is conformed by a group of inhabitants of Monatil. Citizens that were concerned with the lack of participation and transparency of people in the energy mix, and also they were interested in creating a community. So from the social germinator in 2020, we received a first prize, and we created a participative process that leads to the energy community creation, December 2020. And within the different years, I'm going to tell you a few things that were important. In 2021, we signed the framework agreement with the town halls so that they would provide us with a roof. And there were a few projects like this, and it was very interesting to collaborate with them. And at the same time, in 2021, we carried out the first installation of 10 kilowatts in a public roof. as well as different installations that were private but that belongs to the energy community. During last year, we carried out different actions, and I wanted to highlight the monitoring process that our installations have undergone. We also were a part of the Ministry of Social Rights that allowed us to monitor different consumption using open software, and it allowed us to understand each of the different people's consumption. Last year, we worked a lot on the dissemination of the process. During this year, we have created other installations a bit bigger, and having seen the difficulties that we have all shared here, the legalization of installations, it makes more sense to have self-consumption collectives that allow more people to participate in the project and also carry out help other initiatives, providing them with advice and counsel. Focusing on the energy community, what it allows us to do is not having the use of energy linked to an investment, and we've had a lot here about it. But the investment section here was fulfilled by all of the energy community participants. So we have the consumer role, the consumer of the energy community, the self-consumption person that can sell part of the energy that they don't use, and investors within the energy community that invest, and then the facilitating role, which is the people that transfer their roof to us so that we can use it. This separation of roles allows to separate, as we said before, investment from other roles, and it invites other collectives that may not be able to invest. I would like to talk a little about the different aspects within the energy community. We are an association in terms of how we are legally represented. We are linked to the Town Hall of Monatil with a framework agreement. With regards to installations, for us, the Municipal Office for Energy that offered technical help was essential, because it allows citizens to understand what they are doing. And we really also did reserve a percentage for energy solidarity that is included within our bylaws. It's our obligation, not a possibility. We always bear in mind this percentage of solidarity energy. In terms of the participative procedure, it's a process that springs from citizens. We all came together to create this association. There's a steering committee, so to speak, which is the one that makes and takes decisions, and then we have a general assembly that is convened 3 or 4 times a year, and we make the decisions that impact greatly the energy community. I also wanted to highlight the emailing groups and the WhatsApp groups, because that's how we disseminate information. Another aspect that is important within the energy communities is the local and community actions. So the social action within the energy communities, not only sharing energy, but also the social action that is the backbone of all of it. And the sentence that we use to summarize energy sovereignty as a process, not as a result. We don't only want to be energy independent, but also go through the path. Something else that is important is monitoring. And I think is relevant, and it has been stated before, digitalization is important, and consumers, when we understand our consumption and we understand the PV percentage, we can adapt perhaps better. And last but not least, I would like to talk about the challenges that we face as an energy community. One of them, and the most evident that we are all in agreement with, is the need to make legalization or the legal framework real, because no business can wait years for the legalization of an installation. That really curtails us in terms also of providing credibility to our process. Another challenge that we think is very important is try to focus not only on the energy community and self-consumption, but also focus on new technologies and new ways of producing energies that can be a part of the energy community, and also disseminate this information. And linking these two, it is very difficult to foster citizen participation if projects do not reach port, because people lose interest. Access to financing, which we have stated here as well, and the creation of this network of energy communities, like a federation that can share different tools and allow for the fostering of energy communities. So that's all. That's what I wanted to share with you. Angelina, is everything okay? Thank you. Bosco, it's now your turn. Good afternoon. I'm Bosco Valero. Someone gave me advice and told me that I should put my photograph at the beginning of the presentations, but I hate seeing myself on a big screen, so it's not going to happen again. I'm Bosco Valero from the 17 COP Association. We are a working cooperative. We're also a consultancy for the 2030 agenda. And we are sharing more knowledge with regards to reactivation of housing in rural environments and energy communities and energy projects in rural areas and urban areas. These are some of our collaborators and clients. We have participated in the POWERTY project with regards to the social part that dealt with inclusive energy communities. We have drawn to a close the first edition of the Cooperative Energy School. There we talked about 8 energy communities that are going to be newly created, and we have collaborated with the municipality of Huelva and other campaigns. Arroyo Alumbra is an energy community that we have worked with closely, personally, since 2012. 2018 and 2019 it is, in fact, the first energy community in the province of Huelva, and it is a consumer cooperative. And what I want to share with you is the main learnings and challenges that we have learned and that we have faced as a result of the Arroyo Alumbra process. So we started in 2019, and I can share with you the keys. This is in this slide. Arroyo Molinos de León is in the hills of Huelva. It's a municipality with 50 inhabitants. It's part of the Red Natura. It is an agricultural sector and a livestock sector, and sports and environmental tourism is a source of income for them. And it is one of the few municipalities within Huelva that manages their own water and waste. They do it autonomously. And this is really linked to the process of energy community creation, because the town hall is very much involved. Public and private alliances, and it's such a wonderful town hall that sits down to listen to all of our crazy ideas. So we had knowledge, we had projects that meant that we wanted to open energy offices that were not permanent, so that they changed location to foster rural energy understanding and consumption. And the town hall wanted to attract resources and knowledge from the outside. As projects from Som Energia, we presented a project for the social germinator, and this social germinator awarded us with a prize. That photograph is in Mataró. Mataró is one of the places where there are more cooperatives in Spain. But really, the success factor of Arroyo Alumbra, and at that point it wasn't Arroyo Alumbra, it was just Alumbra, and we didn't really know why that name. But anyway, the eco school Virgen de los Remedios sprung from this project to educate about environment, with an energy community completely devoted to sustainability and the 2030 agenda, to the point that Greenpeace thought that it was a good place to include the school Renewable project, the hackathon of Greenpeace. And I was part of the group that designed the winning project, which was Energy in School. This is photograph. Greenpeace, Ayaluz, which is also a cooperative that works in energy pedagogy. They are our partners, and we're our partners in this project. This is the roof of the school, which is got PV everywhere. And what was the project, Energy of School? It basically meant educational community for the right of energy. Basically, it's a workbook on how to turn a public schooling to help create energy communities, local energy communities. Another photograph of the school. The left-hand side roof on the top and the bottom is full of PV panels. It looks nicer now than it looks nicer before than it does now. We concluded with Greenpeace that after months of working on the energy of school, we had lots of different meetings. We always wondered, are we an energy community or not? We basically concluded that we had to accelerate the project by creating a crowdfunding to finance the first PV installation of whatever's going to happen in this area. This was the slogan of that campaign of crowdfunding. We will cultivate our own energy as if it were tomatoes, and we will share it in a just manner. These were the results. 29,000 euros in cash. But then in technical equipment, Elmia provided some technical equipment, and Longhi Solar, an international PV manufacturer, they donated more than 60,000 euros in technical equipment. So Greenpeace said that they wanted to join us and meet us in Arroyo Molinos. We did all of this during the pandemic, working online, and finally Greenpeace came to see us, and it was part of a tour, Renewables in Your Hands. Now they started in Getafe, Zaragoza, Teruel, Valencia, big cities, and then they ended up in our little village. This is the family photo that is part of the most important representatives of Greenpeace Spain, representatives of the town hall of Elonghi, the provincial representative of the Ministry of Education, the school association. So lots and lots of people, businesses, all of them representatives of what we did in this village. And so we also asked ourselves, did we have an energy community because we have 42 kilowatts? No, we had a self-consumption installation. What did we need thus to become an energy community and thus incorporate all of the purpose of the school project? We needed an economic viability model to give all of the neighbors that wanted to be part of this energy community, and also fulfilling the social inclusion benchmark that we set for ourselves. So we needed the legal framework, and we also needed the association characteristics, and we also needed rules of governance and a social description that was inclusive, what activities we wanted to do, self-consumption, but also what else did we want to do in this association? Do we want to open an energy office permanently? Do we want to work with regards to mobility in rural areas? Because every time we want to move from one village to another, then could we include electric mobility and rural development, finally? How do we adapt all of these ideas to the needs that we had? Because rural development is very specific right now, and the needs it has is very specific. And how do we do this? That is where my cooperative comes into place, 17. And we thought, let's mobilize all of our alliances which are the Fides Emprende, the School of Social Economy, then FAMSI, which is the Andalusian Fund for Solidarity. And with this help and with this financing, we designed and taught a course of 4 months and 8 sessions to design the bylaws of the association that we wanted to create for their energy community, and which incorporated also the project of school energy in school. It was a completely heterogeneous school, different genders, different ages, different social profiles, people that were born in the village and people that moved there. And what contents did we want to impart in these workshops? We went from the personal to the collective, from the actual experiences of each participant with the energy market, their headaches, their problems, and how they're related to the energy market, and how they collectively could find measures and solutions that would be viable and realistic to face all of these issues. The energy market, what agents represent the energy market, what are their roles, what is happening now, why is everything upside down, values of social economy, cooperative principles, what impacts does it have in Andalusia, and really because social economy is 10% of the GDP in Spain, so it's important. So cooperative and rural environments. In rural environments, really, the most important legal way of association was in fact cooperatives. And the social reason behind the cooperative, what do we want to do? This was very important because we dissected the ways and the legal requirements and the legal stances and the information that other cooperatives shared so that we could see which one would fit us best. And economic sustainability, the most important thing. And the School of Social Economy is helping us to design an economic sustainability model and a business model that will allow us to have sustainable energy communities that are safe and that are scalable, so that we don't just have one instance, but we have many iterations. And after 4 months of work, we were able to go and register our cooperative. We started before the beginning of the summer, and we finished it 31st of January, so it was 5 months of paperwork, because we were the first consumption cooperative as energy community that was registered in the province of Huelva, and they just looked at us like, what is this? It was completely new to them. And I'm going to draw to a close soon. What have we learned in this process? As a working cooperative, our cooperative 17, we are also working with other groups that want to transfer and create not only an energy community, but also a cooperative. So what have we learned? That finances have to be linked to values, and really, with a well-developed business plan, you can find lots of financing, ethical banking, traditional banking. And by the way, ethical banking is cooperating to offer financial products ad hoc for for energy communities. So also, I don't know if you know Gares Vida in Navarra, an energy community, a few weeks ago finished a round of volunteer social capital concessions. So they all decided to provide some money to this fund, and they have 150,000 euros from partners of the cooperative, and that is what they have added to the social capital. People and businesses from Gares, Puente la Reya, and Navarra. So finances and values is possible. They can go hand in hand. So really separate investment and consumption, because there can be some consumption partners and with an annual fee for consumption, and with that, this makes it viable and accessible to any profile in the village, whether they be vulnerable or not. So that is why collective self-consumption is important and essential. It's an activity, not a community. In our case, it is important to be able to incorporate as partners of the cooperative people that live in the village for 5 years and then they leave, so that they can come in and out. They can be consumption partners without having to invest, which may well be outside of the comfort zone. The benefits stay within the village, so it's important because the investment stays in the village and it stays to help this village. And of course, the town hall can be part of it, local businesses can be part of it. And in this sense, I must say that in the rural environment is that people are tired of companies that have models that they have one-fit-all models, and that really doesn't work because the neighbors say, the production of our natural resources, what they produce is going outside because they are not being benefited. And there are rural areas that are losing their population despite the fact that they could be very rich. The challenges, I'll now move on to the challenges. The energy distributors really are the main problem. The rest are challenges. We want to improve the stereotypical understanding of social economy, because we have examples of energy communities in all the different regions in our country. We are sharing knowledge, resources, methodology, and that sharing makes us more agile to be able to stereotype and prototype the energy communities and energy models. Social economy is not just for one sector of the population, but it's for everyone that wants to make a process democratic. 10% of the GDP, therefore, like I said before, is a resource that comes from cooperative in this country. So cooperatives can have economy of scale. And our main challenge, as is the case of País Vasco and Catalonia, there should be an ecosystem of companies that can help and can guide those groups of people and businesses and town halls that want to foster energy communities from the point of view of social economy, with businesses like Cooperarse para su Autonomía Sur 17 COP and so on. We are specialized in education and social elements and technology and legal frameworks and legislation. And in fact, that also helps us a lot. And Eva pointed to this. And with this assessment and help, we think we can do a lot of good. We had our first meeting in Durkal, where many of the energy communities came together. We put a face to a name, and it was wonderful. So thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal for whatever you may need. Thank you.
We wanted to have some margin for questions, but Macarena, it is your turn. My name is Macarena. I belong to a project which has been named a lot over the day because of how important the Andalusian Energy Agency has been because of the involvement within the poverty project. With this picture, we could finish my intervention because it summarizes everything. We understand that energy, same as water, air, or basic food, is a public need and it is a right. And so we understand that it cannot be speculation or profit asset, and it should not be in the hands of those using it to get rich, as it has been in the past and as it is now. We also believe that this is the reason why we have this current climate crisis, and this is the reason why we have this break this dualization in society and this dramatic situation of a part of the population having more and more and a part of the population having less and less and encountering more difficulties to meet basic standards. This is the baseline of the project Torreblanca Ilumina. I think the image speaks for itself. On the bottom you can see the person who created this image. We cannot leave the world of energy communities in the hands of large corporations and of the current oligopoly, which is finding a way to continue managing people from a financial perspective, and human groups have to be empowered with this new opportunity being provided by the current regulations to be part of the energy world. This is the script of the Andalusian Energy Agency. This is what we have. This is what I am going to speak about. These are the questions. This is what I'm going to speak about. The origin. The project came from the cooperative Som Energia. Some of the panelists have already spoken about it. Many of us are members of Som Energia. And the greatest concern is the climate crisis and energy vulnerability of many people. How do we tackle this from energy sovereignty, working for an efficient and fair transition? It is about doing things with a certain process, knowing what we are doing. So what we consider as a local group of Som Energia, we wanted to develop a model. We wanted to experiment, to deal with proposals and to see where it would take us and to see who we found on the way. And it has been a very pleasant journey. We wanted to do it in Torreblanca, in Sevilla, which is a very concrete neighborhood. It is in the limits of the city, in the outskirts of the city, near to the city of Alcalá, and this is an important aspect. We are speaking about the outskirts, about the far part of the city. It is far away from the city center, and there is a high number of unemployed people in need, a lot of black economy, informal economy, people just thriving to get some money to eat the next day, to pay their utility bills. When it comes to energy, we have been in the media because of the energy cuts during the summer and because the population has mobilized to defend their right to energy. So we chose this neighborhood because we could demonstrate that everybody had the right to move to a fair model, and it is a neighborhood full of opportunities because people are fighters to build a better neighborhood, and because there are a series of networks of professionals and associations which are linked to each other, which love their neighborhood, and we thought it was a good opportunity. We give a lot of value to energy and to community, and when we speak about community, we speak about people, about human beings, people suffering, people with emotions, with relationships, and we thought it was a good opportunity. We were asked who neighbors of the neighborhood, schools. We thought that schools are a good place to boost these communities because not only children meet there, but also parents and teachers, and we thought it was a great space. The civic center of the neighborhood, the social services center where I work, the Autism Association of Seville, which is also part of the energy community. They are really supportive, and they have PV plates at the disposal of the community. Some energy cooperative and Prodelbu and Mayeda Foundation. This is an entity working with people in the neighborhood, which also develops a project in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There are some collaborations, such as the ones in the slide. The experience over the years have entailed many meetings, many bonds, and we have enjoyed people who love us and who support us. There are many collaborations. Organization and governance, this is a slow process. We want to use assemblies. We want it to be participatory. There are different levels of involvement, people who are really involved, people who are a little involved, people who are just waiting and seeing how things work. Some people who have things more clearer. There is this coordinating team which is more intensively involved, and there are workshops to involve the neighbors. When it comes to resources, and this is a common aspect, the difficulties. This is what we have achieved. We received an award from the Social Germinator. Some of the panelists have mentioned it. It is one of the initiatives supporting energy communities. Generagen also provided us with an award. The Spanish Association of Energy, POWERTY. We participated as a pilot project. This has been key. POWERTY didn't create the energy community. It was previous. We were in a previous phase, but there is no doubt that we received the support from a material perspective, allowing the first installations, and we also received a lot of support in terms of support, counseling, being with us when we were feeling down. Philo Solar Association achieved a donation of 400 solar panels, and the City Council of Seville also provided us with a room for meetings, and they provided us with a subsidy so that there are 2 people hired in the project who are sitting there. And the City Council also provided us with roofs and declared the project as an interesting project for the city. This has been our pathway. This is what I have been speaking about, some energy, some energía, the award, the plates, the association, Torre Blanca Illumina. At the beginning, we were convinced about being a cooperative, and we gave the first steps, and then we realized that for some reasons it was not the moment, and we still had in mind to be a cooperative at that moment. We created an agreement with the Andalusian Energy Agency. The board of the City Council of Seville in June 2022 granted us the use of the roofs for the school roofs for 25 years, free of charge, and they also declared the project to be of interest for the city. Doing this in a city like Seville is not easy. It was a long pathway, and we think the most interesting thing is not having achieved the roofs, but the process. We have spoken with a lot of people, many public officers, directors, politicians who had never heard about this were explained. We told them about this, and this is done for the next to come. Creer is a part of the project. It's a project in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They were in the need of electricity because they do not get grid there. They just have very few hours a day of energy, and the energy is very interrupted with many problems. And we were donated solar plates, and we donated what we needed. They needed 25 panels, so we sent it to them, and subsequently we gathered some money and we raised enough money for their installation, which is already working. They achieved in a short time what we haven't achieved in a longer period of time. They have access to energy, and at night, when everything was dark, now there is light, and this means increased safety. And they have incubators for chickens, and this is interesting for the project too. They are incubating poultry, and this is going to be part of the domestic economy of the community. The first installation have already been done. It is part of the Poverty project, 15 kilowatts. We are in the process of legalization and of all the administrative procedures. We haven't achieved it yet. They are not working yet. And one of the most interesting legs of the project, the energy office, is now open. Barriers and obstacles, enough everybody has said. We just summarize it in 3. The partnership with public administration. They do not say no to everything, but they do not say yes either. Financing and the involvement of neighbors. As these solar installations are not working, it is hard for neighbors to understand what this is about. But they are understanding it because they feel the energy office is close to them. They are providing a wonderful service. What is the impact? Time. There are delays. This has a cost. The process is interesting, the result is interesting, but time makes us exhausted. We have been working for many years, and it is not completely fruitful, and people are tired. These are the main difficulties, the main activity of the community. This was not part of the script, but I'm going to speak about this because I have to say this. The energy office, now we have 2 persons, one working in social aspects and another one who's almost an engineer. He's almost graduated. He's from the neighborhood, and he's counseling people 3 days a week. They are providing counseling on bills, consumption, difficulties with companies. We are mediating with companies. There are many neighborhoods who know that this neighbor got this or that fixed. There were people with huge problems which were finally fixed, and this is a success. They are doing energy audits in households, and they are seeing that there are many really poor households with many appliances whose electricity energy classification is the worst, and they are making recommendations about consumption habits, about how to improve. They are providing workshops, and they are doing a really nice work in schools, mainly in these 2 primary education schools where we have the roof. Other activities is self-production, although we are waiting for legalization. This first installation of 15 kilowatts, we want to increase it. We want to cover the roofs of the 2 schools and then to continue with other public buildings, dynamization of the community, and for us it is very important, as other colleagues have said, the participation in networks with other communities and coalitions. This is one of the main activities of the energy community. This is not the only point. We also want to speak about transport, mobility, and other aspects. But so far, this is what we have done. Challenges, the participation of local administration. We deem the local administration has to be more involved. The right to equal funding, the regulation of regulating so that to put barriers to large companies to get profit from that. We have to stop this, and I think we should reach a consensus that this is something for citizens, not for large companies. And when it comes to financing in equal terms, I do not know. Maybe the person who needs to hear this is not in the room, but it is shameful that we are asked how we want to finance something and if something is feasible when public money is being given to those who do not need it, because people in Torreblanca do not have the right to subsidies provided by the Andalusian Energy Agency or Andalusian ministries. It is not because it is they do not have the access, they do not have the money required to do it, and as they cannot do it, subsidies are being given to people who have the money to pay for the complete installation. Administrations have to work to provide equal opportunities, so that everybody can have access. And in order to do that, calls have to be different. They have to include measures so that people who can afford PV installations do not receive any subsidies. People who need the money, and that there are people who really need the money. Our energy community is within poverty. It is not for vulnerable communities. It is not. We are not defending a part for vulnerable communities. We are saying that all energy communities have to be for everybody. And a person can be vulnerable today, and tomorrow another person will be vulnerable. It is not something you have in your DNA or in your blood. It is not that you are born vulnerable. Some people are vulnerable over all their lives, and other people have a different flag, but vulnerability is not an energy community. Torreblanca is for vulnerable people, and then you have good neighborhoods with other approaches. We cannot do things like this. Our energy community is here to ask questions and to demand the answers to these questions, so that everybody has the right to energy with equal access opportunities. The main challenges is to increase our 2 installations to complete the 2 roofs that we have been granted for 25 years, so that they start producing electricity as soon as possible, and so that we can enjoy as many years as possible generating and producing energy, and to consolidate the energy office so that it is stable. I'm going backwards in the presentation. This is because I am very nervous. What do we underline? We are excited. We are advocating for a shared model controlled by the neighborhood, committed with the climate crisis, inclusive, in cooperation, and we are an energy community with the feet on the ground. It is not a model coming from the outside. We are not just strangers coming to a neighborhood to impose a project and to tell people what it's going to be done. We have the feet on the ground. And when it comes to the future, we have to continue learning and sharing, and we offer anything we have. Thank you very much for those of us who are helping us. And I wanted to thank a lot of people. People are in the room. You have helped us along the way, and you're still helping us. And especially I wanted to thank concrete people like Ruth Borrego, Ángel Saez, Judith, Joaquín Villar, because you have been great professionals, because you have been very involved, because you really believe that this could be strategic for Andalusia, this could be important for Andalusia, and we are grateful.
Bueno, ha sido
all presentations have been very interesting.
Your impression, but few minutes because we need to start with the questions.
Is it working? Okay.
Yes.
Maybe you have to translate. So all the examples that you have presented to us is very inspiring. In Bulgaria, we do not have officially an energy community for the moment, but many people work on the topic. We do not have any regulation, any paper describing what is energy community, how to create it, how to share the energy. But I believe that through projects like POWERTY, who finance the pilot cases in Bulgaria, we have the possibility to make a pilot case for sharing a heat energy, not an electrical energy. So maybe soon we can share some news with you. And if I may have some personal opinion, I share what was said in the previous panel, that the purpose is not just to put panels everywhere. We should make a huge research before we do anything. Thank you for your inspiring stories, and good luck to all the energy communities.
Thank you, Angelina. We will keep in touch about this topic. Thank you. Bueno.
So we have a bit of a delay, but I think all presentations were interesting and inspiring. If there is any question in the room, the floor is open for questions. I have been working for many years, and I just wanted to confirm the general line, but there is something I would like to say. A person or a group of people who wants to make a cooperative of solar installation, they need motivation. There are three important types for me: environmental motivation, which can be in 100% of the people, but financial or administrative motivation are desperating. For example, the Andalusian regional government, there are not enough subsidies. We all know how much they are giving. They just give the money after 2 or 3 years. The work permit for an individual installation in a roof, there is no need of work permit, but you need the work permit to get the subsidy. So this is a problem. And as there is a work permit and city councils are in charge of work permits, they charge you for this. But it is not fair that a city council charges €6 and another city council charges €200 because for the same thing, because the constitution says that we are all equal, and this is not true in this case. And city councils, there are city councils in the province of Seville, large city councils, with reduced taxes for buildings, as it is the case of Dos Hermanas. But this is not the case in my town. There are no benefits in taxes, so financial motivation, if you do not increase your environmental motivation to 200%, you do not do it. Taxes, tax regulations should consider the need to help in terms of energy, and this is not being the case now. It is necessary to raise awareness about agility, to respect the constitutions, and to say that we are all equal. And you've mentioned something, that public entities and city councils are all of us. All of us here belong to a city council. So something done by a city council is our responsibility too. If we do not show our disagreement, if we do not speak out, they will just accommodate and do nothing, because they do not even understand things sometimes. This is all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your reflection. I understand there are no answers. Is there any other question in the room?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of the initiatives, because they are initiatives in energy communities that are referent in Andalusia and in Spain. A very brief reflection. You know that I am brief, Joaquin, you know me, but it is a passion of mine. Very briefly, the concepts of energy community and energy poverty sounds good, but it is very important to highlight energy poverty, and we have dealt with it this morning. So the subjacent idea that I want to share with you is that the fundamental objective must be to guarantee a minimum energy service for vulnerable people. So those of us who have a technical profile, we all think about economic profit, and but in consumption and in energy installations, it's really important to empathize with vulnerable households so that they can have the habitability and comfort standards that are required for people to be comfortable in. So any energy community should try to guarantee minimum supply for this type of underprivileged families. The European directive, and it has been said here before, the energy communities are key to combat energy poverty, but there are two important things to bear in mind: that it's not the only instrument, and secondly, that not all energy communities are focused on fighting against energy poverty, and this is an aspect to bear in mind. And another aspect, and I shall draw it to a close, and these comments are really focused to the previous round table, but I shall say my piece now. The different degrees of vulnerability of the people that suffer energy poverty. It's very, very important for energy communities to include this into their DNA. There's a case, the different cases will vary depending on the different areas. So this has to be a part and parcel of it. And to finish, with regards to universities in the previous round table, you said that universities don't have a lot of capacity to intervene in social projects, as if I understood correctly. And I always try to remind the power of corporate social responsibility of any organization, and universities can take advantage of this because social corporate responsibility and volunteering are key to structure this, and that fit with universities very well. To create associations, foundations, or anything linked to the university to be able to fight against energy poverty and taking heed of collective use of energy. And that is all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angel. Yes. Good afternoon to all of you that have partaken in this debate. I have heard a lot about the benefits of associations, cooperatives. I have an SL, so a business, but since 1996, more than 20-something years, I have been working for the environment. The first containers to be underground, to be proposed to be underground. I was the first to propose that the 21 agenda was worked on in the company that I am from. The open commercial centers, we promoted it from my company in the year 2000 so that we could save energy. All of the companies that are part of this environment should have a social dimension and should foster social prosperity, because sometimes it hurts to listen to people saying that businesses are always trying to enrich themselves rather than it's a service that we provide because you need it, and if you don't need it, then don't buy it. Whereas social is the best one. There are things that are being analyzed in a complicated manner because there are transfers for 25 years. And what I mean is this cession of use, so the transfer of use of roofs and plots of land for 25 years is a danger, because what's technically viable now might be completely changed in 3 years. There are projects that must change much quicker than that, because the pace at which technology is advancing and the pace at which we are transferring or allowing people to use roofs or land or whatever basically means that we need to move faster. Because students that come up with projects in university come up with projects that are really interesting, but if we don't move quickly and if we transfer goods and plots of land and roofs for 25 years, we're curtailing the possibility of advancement. So the idea of resources being only local and only being resources that we have to manage here means that we're being very selfish. The planet belongs to all of us, so water belongs to all, air belongs to all, and if you manage them and keep them because because your village has more water than the village beneath you, then we can't do this. We have to work from the local point of view and understand that this is global resources. The butterfly effect means that what we do here in a small population, even if it's 800 people, is affecting the whole world. So I think that the parameter in some technical and social fora, the parameter really to follow is the carbon footprint. If in 2020 we start creating an energy community, and it's taken us 3 years to start working, do you know how much time it takes to do this? And if you send a WhatsApp message to a group, you know it means like basically creating 1 liter of CO2. So basically I think that we need to be coherent. If we open a WhatsApp group to debate if the meeting of the General Assembly is going to be one day or another, then we spend a month sending WhatsApp. And that means that we have created literally 30 kilograms of CO2. So 30,000 maybe. So it's very important to understand the measure of things. I consume less than 1/3 of energy with regards to Spain. So basically, I think the parameters have to be clear. And my house is a very sustainable house because I studied engineering and because I include the parameters that make my house sustainable. Yet people believe that businesses are always trying to gain rather than help. And I just want to defend the rights of businesses. And so I have incentives within my company that allow me to set price tariffs, bearing in mind how much money they are saving and how much CO2 we are avoiding being emitted into the environment. We don't realize how much pollution and CO2 we produce when we drive somewhere. Do you know how much you consume in your car for driving? That whole full volume really understanding the volume of CO2 that we produce per things is very important. So 2 Big Macs, for instance, is that whole stage in cubic meters filled with CO2. So we really have to be aware of what we have to do. Creating an energy community to make decisions and spreading it over years, it has a carbon footprint that is huge. In an event in October that Joaquin and I went to, we traced the carbon footprint of the event, and that's important because sometimes to save 4, we have used up 24, because if we don't have enough information, we lose our true north. So sometimes we humanly satisfy ourselves in terms of our collaboration and what we do and what we achieve, and we think that it's collaborating with green technologies and saving energy, but it may not be the case. So it's very good to work together, yet we have to analyze what we do with our head, because our heart, if it's not an engineer, may make mistakes.
Reflexiones.
These are interesting reflections. We have to respect the time for translators. Is there any question? Not reflections, but questions about the initiatives that have been presented. We're going to finish it. There are two people who have been working since 9 in the morning with a desperate look. Anyway, we can chat among us. There's a round of applause. Thank you very much for your inputs.